All right. First goal. Knockback tone. Level 10. Oh, nice. It's very possible that I get it this time. You don't want to... Perfect. Knockback tone. Let's refresh. Oops. Projectile count. So I don't have... Damage 11. Let's do that. Let's see, just damage for now. These tornadoes are genuinely not that good. Oops. Yep. Get it. Ooh, luck is weird. Ah, not what I wanted. Damage to him, okay. We get crit chance through items and these things. Ooh, pure damage is so good though. 19%, almost 20% damage increase this early is... keep turning that down. Crit chance. We need crit chance. Would prefer crit chance. Oh, no, that hit me twice. Oh, that pure damage boost is so good though. Upon taking damage below 50% max HP, slow down time and deal twice the damage. Let's just do projectile. That's... We'd like... No. Broken, but or katana crit chance. Let's refresh. Not katana. Evasion, jump height, movement. Crit chance, because we have really low crit chance. Yo, what's up? Yeah, I'm making all this noise because I got a sniper. How we doing? Oh man. Get my knockback from higher, and I also need some survivability here. Crit chance, there we go. Yeah, let's cut some off. Up. Oh, ooh, this is gonna be good later on if I start getting. Ooh, sniper damage goes up. Knockback. Let's just. Crit chance, crit chance. We need crit chance. Oh, yeah. Okay. There we go. Crit chance. No idea where the teleporter is. Running out of time. Do I have any plan? I mean, it's 11 p.m., so no. My plans are finished. I have no idea where this teleporter is. Back home. Stonewall. Easy. Oh my gosh. That was easy. I do have 5 damage syringes, which is kind of low if you ask me. Crit chance. Nope. Movement speed. Not terrible. Crit damage. I want my crit chance to go at least half. Easy peasy. What about you? What time is it for you? Cast blood magic 1 minute healing you for 7.5 minutes. More speed. Okay, I need crit chance. Okay. Yeah, my friend actually. My friend who's Japanese just called me from Germany, so I knew that. I don't know why. Oh yes, crit chance. Wait, so I got these ones already. So then where's the teleporter? Because that means I ran the whole map. Oh, there it is. Why didn't I not see it earlier? I was over here. Rolling, rolling, rolling. I gotta just... attack speed. Damage, 17 size, damage, yeah. Bum bum bum. Oh, let me wonder why. Hold on, let me check my other sound system settings. Oh, that's why. Lol. I had my sound turned up a little too high. What about now? Jordan, not that. Not that. Quantity. Damage. Thank you. Alright. Woo! Oh nice, I started next to the teleporter so I can... Oh. Oop. I did not mean to... Go away, tornado. Projectile speed, XP gain is a little bit better right now. A salad. That's it. Attack speed, thorns. Let's do attack speed. Projectile speed, armor, why not? An item. I have not heard of that meme, I'm sorry. XP gain is pretty good for now. I need some better items. Jump height, health regen. That's kind of what I needed. I don't have a lot of survivability right now. Extra jumps, 12% damage. That's good. Then again, I've been away from the internet for a while, so... Difficulty, movement speed, crit damage. Let's see movement speed. I don't have high crit. Quantity tome, knockback, we're getting 10 damage, pure damage. Crit chance is what I want from these, but they're not giving it to me. Crit damage, luck, and XP gain. Let's do XP gain. Oh no, not the Scorpionussy. Yeah, the problem is my crit chance is low right now, and so I don't have... Mini bosses suck, but he's dead. I'm doing okay. I really need to up how much damage. Oh, that's not terrible for me right now. Not great, but not terrible. It's okay. Extra jumps, power jumps, crit chance. There we go. More crit chance. That's what we need. Attack speed, extra jump, attack speed. 38 right now. And with, oh, that's just pure damage. Crit chance is so much better right now. So now 48, I think. Right? Yeah. Oh, perfect. I can just kind of stand still. Actually, while I'm at it, let's try this. Knockback. My goal is to get the knockback tome to... Oh shoot, why did that just so weird? The knockback tome to level 10, because that gives me... I have the damage tome, so the knockback tome to level 10 armor is it unlocks a weapon that I want. This is size and damage, so let's just get pure damage from you. Evasion. How much evasion do I have versus armor? Evasion is at 34%, armor's at 25%. This character, his build is technically based around evasion, so 25% more damage to nearby enemies. Let's pick that up because my katana will automatically proc that. Roll. Oh, I mean, I'm not using them right now for anything, to be honest. My Talkie Tots are... I'm reevaluating them in general. They're kind of being ignored right now. I just wasn't really enjoying them, to be honest, and like a lot of, you know, there was 9 next level I should be able to grab, but I'm not killing that fast right now, so I need to let's do, yeah, there, cool. I unlocked Black Hole, which one of the enemies. Great, okay. I don't need to plan for that anymore. I don't need to build the black hole anymore. I unlocked it already, so let's just... There we go. Size and crit chance. I don't need that for you. Difficulty... Size and projectile count's not terrible, but just pure projectile count for all of my weapons would be better. Need that so much, but okay, cool. Swarm is incoming, which means we're going to mess with all of these guys. That is a swarm, alright. I'm very underpowered because usually you can kill these guys so easily. What? One hit? Alright, I'm weak. I wasn't built good. But my goal was to unlock this weapon right here. Because why not? Get Luck Tome to 12. Okay. Tome. Luck Tome. XP Tome. Let's turn this one off. The duration of your attacks and... oh, yeah, I don't really need that. I don't need you. I don't need you. I don't need you. I don't need you. What is thorns again? Deal damage to when they attack you. Duration tone. Duration of your attack. I don't need you. So, I do need size. Size is right here. Okay. Luck tome. Alright. Let's see if we can do it with this guy, because Ice Fox. Kind of like that. I like this guy. Look at him. What did I do today? I just went to a coffee shop I always go to. Let's do difficulty. And projectile count 2. And then I went to Starbucks and was reading Luck Tome. Oh, perfect. Then we get my Luck Tome to 12. Come on. Kill these guys. Damage 13. There we are. Stacks well with this guy. The higher your luck is, the higher chance you have of like better drops on like chests and these things. Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Okay, that's what I get for being done. Projectile count, extra jump status, projectile count. Projectile speed, difficulty, thorns. Fresh luck. Yeah, I mean, I drink a lot of coffee, but it's just mainly for the, like, there's not much else to do. I was also kind of invited to, not kind of, I was invited to a party, and I didn't know who was going to be there, so I just didn't go. And, like, my buddy, who probably would have gone with me, is in Germany right now, the guy that I was calling today, so, like, I was just like, eh, and some of my other friends, I was like, hey, you guys want to go? And nobody answered me back, so I was just like, alright, well. Guess I'm not going. I could have gone. There's another one too that's going to like 5. Like technically I could go to that one. They got some live music, some DJs. It would be I kinda don't want to go. Problem is, like, yeah, that's true, but like it's more like if I go, like it's, yeah, I can meet new people, but like, hold on. Oh, literally none of those work for me. It's one of those like, it's far enough away that I'd need to drive or take the train, but then like if I drive, I can't like drink, of course, right? You gotta be responsible, you know. But then, like, how am I going to get back if I drive? And if I don't drive, I got to take the train, but then, because trains don't run 24 hours in Japan, like, I got to figure out what to do, and it's just freaking cold out here, right? So it's just like, I don't really want to deal with that. So, like, if I was to go with a friend, you know, like, you know, not drink or whatever, that's cool, then I can just hang out with my friends at least, but, like, as it is now, it's like, eh, and, like, I don't want to stay till 5. Ooh, this is good. And this is why you get your luck up early, because you get those really good items earlier, where you get a higher chance of them dropping. Earn money moving around, taking damage. Let's take that one, because this guy's going to be a distance build, that's for sure. Oh, that's so good right at the beginning of a swarm. Pure damage, not terrible. Projectile count, perfect. Bow, crit chance, this count, projectile count as well. Ah? I do not want. This dragon fire is carrying me right now. That's what's crazy. we're starting to get to the point where I can let's do blood magic. Might be able to fight the boss. I'm a fox right now. Just a blue fox, lightning staff, perfect. Crit chance is nil right now, so crit chance. Luck Tome. We're gonna make it more difficult on me. He's just a little, he's a fox, you know? Just a little fox, you know? Okay, we're gonna sit here because I think there's gonna be another boss or wave. I think it's a wave first. Oh, cool, 2 of those, nice. Oh, it didn't. 4-minute one had a time. Shindig as well. You're doing okay on damage output. I would really like other stuff. Bow, crit chance, 13 projectile speed, projectile count, size, neither of these are good. Just pure damage, attack speed is not bad. That's still not good for me. Pure damage, that's better. Gain health regen, that's... I think a boss spawns right about 2 minutes? Oh, a swarm. A swarm. Where did that? Projectile count and damage tone. Let's just do damage if it comes up. Let's pick up his health. Blood magic. Projectile damage. There we go. Just pure damage for that is good. I mean, recently it was just hanging out with my friends a lot because, like, we had, now, okay, that's where it is. I knew this guy spawned. It's just like, ooh, luck tone, like, that was over summer, and then, like, it's cool, but, like, I kind of created a friend group. And then, it was me, my buddy, he was dating some girl, but she lived kind of out of the way, and so, like, we didn't really see her a lot. Oh, I don't really want any of these. But then like there was 2 girls and then 2 guys, and then 2 of them started dating, and then the other 2 started dating, and so like I just started seeing them less. It's kind of sad, which is like it's funny because it was like in a sense they're together because of like me, not directly because I wasn't like, hey, you guys should date, but like like one of the girls is actually my buddy who's in Germany, like is in that friend group, and he was like the first friend that I made like in that group. And then one of the dudes had a girlfriend. Nice. One of the dudes already had a girlfriend, and then the other 2, like the dude that had a girlfriend, he broke up and then dated one of the girls, but like, which is fine. Like I wasn't interested or anything like that, but like, I was the one who introduced her because I met her first. Like, other than my buddy who's in Germany right now, I met her first. Like, she was the second person that I knew. And then my buddy who's in Germany connected the dude. He had a girlfriend, and then they broke up to the group, and then they started dating. But like, now that everybody kind of has somebody in the group, like I'm the only single one in the whole group. Like, it's hard to connect, like hang out with them, because like they'll go and hang out, and then like not everybody without me. Like it'll be like just a couple, like so like 2 of them will be hanging out and doing something, which is like, it's cool because you're both my friends, but it also sucks because like now I'm not hanging out with my own friends. Well, no, because that's the thing. Like, it's not like the 4 of them will go and hang out together. Because if they do that, like, then of course, yeah, like that, it's less of a thing. But like, they'll go out on a date, right? And then like, and that's fine and all. Of course, I understand. Like, that's great. Like, but it kind of gets to this point where like, oh, like if like even if they're on a like, because like for example, like the one girl who I saw, like, the reason why I met her is she was a regular customer at a coffee shop that I like and a bar that I like, right? So like I introduced my buddy to that bar, and my friend, and they used to tell me when they would go, but just separately, because before we started that friend group, right? And so like yesterday they were there, and like I've been going there for 3 years, way before either of them. And I saw on their Instagram that they were there, and I'm like, it would have been nice to get an invite because I really like going there, because I really like the owner, and it's like live music and stuff like that. And like, but you know, they were there like on a date, so it's like I get why they didn't invite me, but it also sucks. Like, it's like one of my favorite places, and I'm the reason why they go there. So it's not like, it's like I'm happy for them, but also like I get it. Oh, nice, perfect lightning. That's really good. I mean, it's not real, and it's only been like kind of recent. So like I get, like, once they get past that like initial dating phase, like I get it'll calm down, but like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's still like, oh, like I wish I could hang out with, you know, I get it, they're dating and stuff like that, but like, it's still like, oh man, like I would have liked an invite. Or, you know, like for example, the coffee shop that I met the one girl at, like my buddy who's in Germany works there, and like we all go there sometimes, and sometimes I'll run into them there because like I live close to it anyways, and it's like a really cool little coffee shop in the same place thing. I like the owner, but it's like, and I know I'm gonna run into people there, and that's fine. But it's like, oh, like, you know, before they were dating, I would get a text like, oh hey, I'm gonna be here, like are you gonna come today? And I'll be like, oh yeah, like I'll be there. But like now I don't get to text, like, you know what I mean? Because it's like they're going as a date, right? And it's like, I get it, you don't want me to like shoehorn in on your date, but then like I'll run into them sometimes, and I'm like, yeah, see, this is why It's like, I don't know, it's not awkward because they're my friends, but like, and I get it, but you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh man, I like, because you're my friends, I want to sit down and hang out with you, but I also have to like kind of read the air and go, oh yeah, like, I get it, you guys are on a date, so I'm not gonna like, you know, hang out like that with you guys, even though I really want to, because you guys are also my friends, but I get it, you guys are in a relationship. Oh no! Oh, just don't die, just don't die, don't die. Oh, I'm so close to dying, and I'm still so close to die, I just gotta keep moving. That's not exactly what I need right now. I do have some... If I didn't have this, these 3 med packs... Okay. I really need to start finding, crit chance. Attack speed is fine, but I really need crit chance. My crit chance is low. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, cause like, here's the thing. Like, if I started dating, like, there was some people who thought like I would be dating the girl. Like, I enjoy her friendship, but like, I wasn't interested like that. And also, one of the things is like they started dating, and kind of everybody knew like they would be really good. And like one of our friends, oh shoot, I'm gonna die, was like, you should break up with your girlfriend. This is before he broke up with his girlfriend. He was like, you should break up with your girlfriend and date her. Like, and everybody was like, yeah, like you guys are a really good match. But some people also thought, cause like, oh, like he's dating somebody, like maybe you should date her. And I'm like, nah, she's good. Like, not totally against it. Like, but like, I was kind of seeing somebody else over summer. And she knew that, and like, and I was like talking, so like the 2 girls in my group, I was like kind of like, what do I do, because like she's like pure Japanese, and so like I was talking to them a lot about it, and they knew I was really interested in this girl. It didn't work out, but like, so like when somebody asked me, I'm like, I don't want her to feel like she's like a second choice to me, and like I think they're a better match anyways, like, and so like it would be cool because she's a friend of mine, but at the same time, like I don't have that romantic connection with her, so I'm not gonna play that game. And so everyone's, that makes sense. And then like, so I just kind of like, then they did get together, and everybody saw that coming from like a mile away. And then like, yeah, but what I was trying to say is, yeah, like if I was dating her, I didn't need to explain all that. I would feel the same way, right? Like, you know, I would still want to invite people, but like, you know, I want my private time as well. Um, but that's like the kind of thing, like, that's life. Because I get it. Like, I wouldn't want all my friends just barging in on my dates as well. So I get it. Okay. Hold on. Unlocks. Weapons. I'm going to look up meta builds. S tier. Frostwalker and Lightning Staff. Black Hole. And Aura. Oh, that's why it hasn't been in the thing. Somebody messaged me. Okay. Oh, I mean, we still hang out, like, and then, like, it's just less frequent. size. Zero to 3-minute priorities. Frostwalker and Illy size, if offered. XP, luck are also good. Economy picks focused on waves inside your field. Okay, Frostwalker and size in the first 3 minutes. All right, we're gonna follow a build guide here. Frostwalker. Oh yeah, this is like within the last month. They're not even like a month in it, cause like he was dating his girlfriend up until like, actually, my buddy's only been in Germany for 3 weeks. Ooh, size tone, perfect. Okay, XP and luck are also good. Okay. Ah, this stupid tornadoes. Crit chance, pick up range, power up maneuvering. Let's just do crit chance, I guess. Yeah. Ooh, lightning is apparently essential, so we're gonna get both of those. Is there I think I passed one earlier. Oh, there's gonna be more around. Yeah. I looked at it a little bit. We'll see what we can do. Hey. Come on. Come on. Aye. Okay, size is... Okay, that's not terrible, but I would like way more. Ooh, black hole. It says black hole is good. Why? High priority. Okay. Size and cooldown. Okay. Black hole. Oh, that's perfect, because I think there's going to be a wave right here. Which means I can pick that up, and then there's a magnet right there. Oh, this is a perfect location to be in. Oh no! Projectile speed, attack speed. Let's just do this. I thought it was a thing. Die. You presence is you're making this much more difficult than it has to be. Damage. Oh shit. Oh. Oh thank god. Oh thank god. Oh, there's the swarm. Okay. Size damage. Oh, okay. I need to. Oh boy. Oh belly. Okay, Frostwalker. We're gonna do this. Oh no. There we go. What's the next tome that's absolutely important? Damage, cooldown, and size. Okay. High. Damage tome. Lightning staff. What's the fourth weapon that you want me to get? Frostwalker and Lightning, I have that, and then Black Hole and Aura. Okay. Oh, there's Aura. Look at that. Oh no, I've been so focused on my build that I forgot to buy a bunch of these chests. Oops. Oops. Oh, that's fine. No, sadly right now it's solo, but I think it literally has like a solo developer, which I think is, well, not what I think, it is the reason why it's taking so long. Oh my gosh, why do I have 3 of these things? I do not need 3. Is this one of the ones I need? Quantity Tome helps the lightning staff. It says I need EXP, so I have. Is that damage already? Yeah, let's do a refresh and see if I can get. That's damage, right? Yeah. Let's just do lightning for now. Where did these guys come from? So many. Why is there so many? This isn't even a wave yet. Holy cow. Now the swarm is coming. Oh my gosh. Okay, not terrible, but also I wish this game was. Oh my gosh, I don't need you right now. There's so many of them. I'm definitely not in a place to be fighting the boss just yet. Quantity home. Oh my god. That watch could definitely save me right here. Get to it. Oh my gosh, that is... Is attack speed one of them? Cooldown tome. Yep. Ah! Even with that, I wasn't able to do it all the way. Quantity, size, let's just do... Okay, duration, size, and damage, that's perfect. Needed those level ups, that was... some scary timing, guys. Oh, I didn't want the burger. Okay. I'm definitely not ready to move to the next area, but... Oh no. Final swarm incoming! Alright, lurk away. Oh boy, this is... Oh. It's a hard build. I can see why it's powerful later on. Like, I can see why you want that build. But you need to... Okay. get that damage up. So attack speed is one of those ones, size and attack speed. So let's just do the shield, I guess. Size tone, perfect. Legendary. Might as well. Duration and size. Let's refresh. Luck tone, I guess. Building properly, I think, but we need to luck. Oh, I was supposed to do XP tone, but cooldowns. That one's good. Okay. Don't really need that, but hey. Attack speed is doing good. That's really good. That's what I needed. Oh boy. Lightning staff. Oh my gosh, this is a terrible. Oh boy. Spanish. No cheeseburgers needed around here. Black hole. Nice. Okay, now we're doing it. Oh, come on. Tornadoes are the worst part of this level. Not even fun. A little bit more powerful now. Let's see, thorns, sides, just more sides. Projectile count, not. Projectile count. What is it? What is it? See, cooldown, damage, quantity tomb. Let's just do quantity. Definitely see this is why this is a strong ability, but Come on. What do we get? I can see why this is a strong character. Welcome back. Okay. Oh, Bob. Okay, I gotta activate this. Come on, be something I want. And not terrible, actually. Size, tone, black hole, projectile count, duration. That's not bad. Yeah, I mean, I've always wanted to. I was gonna start a game with a buddy of mine, but then couldn't just because it just never ended up working out, sadly. But yeah. I can see why this is a strong build, though. But yeah, that's all that happened. I just... Oh, nice. It's right there, which is great for me. Get it on my map. And then... Ice Cube. Ice Cube is not here. Flip it. Okay. Anvil's gonna be good, though. Kind of need Ice Cube for this build. Anvil 1163. What's sad to hear? Oh, that I never played D&D, right? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of sad, but then I moved to Japan, and, like, all my friends who do it, like, we were trying to get a... Oh, that's really good. Okay, that's gonna be better for the long term. Much better, much better. Keep that demon soul. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you are. Shield, I guess. Power is a duration, I guess. He Oh, Mugiwara! Yeah, I mean, there was some online groups I was thinking about, but then I just got too busy in life, you know. Complete 100 quests. What is Birdo? Kill 100 enemies using tornado. Spaceman, complete 6 challenges. Oh, I can do that. Turbo mode. Fragile. Die taking any damage or touching an enemy. Nope. Small boy. You're a small boy with big dreams. Kill all bosses. Reach the final swarm. AFK. No items allowed. Rely only on kill all of the bosses, but this is a level 1. That's actually not so bad. Get your bananas up. Attack speed, not bad. Oh, right, I was trying to get the luck tome up to 12. Projectile speed. Yeah, oh, have I ever tried Risk of Rain? Yeah, I've played it on the stream before. Love Risk of Rain. Quantity tome, that's perfect for me. Yeah, I'm a big Risk of Rain guy. Thorns, I guess. Then they started doing the DLCs that were not that good for what they were. And I kind of just slowed down. Ooh, yes. Extra jumps. Real good. Duration, jump height, I guess. Movement speed. Oh, what's the point of killing these guys now? I guess just... still not really worth it, I guess. Crit damage, jump height, no jump height, I guess. Yeah, I love Risk of Rain. Lifesteal. That for protection. There we go. I don't think this build needs why not blood magic? New projectile count total. Mana. I don't know why I picked that one up. That was kind of a waste. Crit chance. Yeah, crit chance again. Projectile count is good. Ooh yeah, look how many bananas I got now. Ooh, banana. Stride armor, why not? Oh, I only jump once. That was kind of pointless. Since you can't get any items, you gotta get a lot of, like, these. You gotta really build it. Okay. Health regen, why not? Is anything up here? Just some vases. Let's see. I can probably take the boss in a second. Damage to the elites. Let's do that since that works on bosses. Crit chance. Extra jump. That's not bad. Projectile count more. Pure damage for my banana. Perfect. When this wave is over, attack speed. Attack speed, let's just do pure damage when we can. So it's only going to be one boss for this challenge. Refresh. That's okay. Crit chance. Not bad at all. Pure damage, attack speed. Okay. Oh yeah, if I can kill the stone golem this fast with no items, then easy peasy on the boss coming up. Alright, we're just gonna kill him now that we have nothing else to do. Easy. And then you just have to survive the ghosties. A bunch of ghosts show up. Look at me atop of my tower. Do I believe in ghosts? Yes and no. I don't believe that there are ghosts in the sense of, like, there are wandering spirits on Earth of people that have died, but as I am, like, a Christian, I do believe that, like, people have spirits and whatnot, but I don't think they're, like, lingering. So, like, but I don't know. It's not that, but then again, I do believe in, like, supernatural, because within Christian belief there's, like, angels and demons and stuff like that. So I guess it depends on how you define ghost. Like, the lingering soul of a dead person, no, not really. Corrupted sword. Dice. Yeah, aliens I think are one of those ones that are like, for me it's like guaranteed in what I believe. So wait. Luck tome to 12. So we're gonna do this build. No. Hold on. But yeah, I think, like, do I believe in aliens? Yes. Do I believe they ever visited Earth? No. I think it's one of those things that, like, statistically, it's almost impossible that other intelligent beings, like, don't exist because of, like, how improbable it would be, like, even in just the Milky Way galaxy. But then, like, just the Milky Way galaxy, the chance of having no other life would be low with, like, what we know about how life works. And, I think that's, like, one of the big things is, like, oh, like, there's definitely got to be life on other planets, like, at the very least, right? Like, and there's a possibility that there's bacteria even on Mars, so that is life on another planet, at least to some degree, depending on what you define as, like, life on another planet, like that you count that as an alien. But if you're talking about intelligent beings, I definitely think, even then, like, I definitely believe that there is gotta be something, because it's just almost impossible not to. And somebody who's religious like that, I don't know how to fully like wrap my head around that, like, in the fullest of ways, because I think that right there is like, a lot of people struggle with the existence of aliens because they believe in God, and like they'll say like, okay, we're made in the image of God and stuff like that, but then like, what does it mean to have like aliens? Because we would say, okay, well, God made them, but like humans were supposedly made in the image of God, so what about these aliens? Or like stuff like that. Like, so a lot of people just in the religious side just don't believe they exist. I, on the other hand, think it's like almost, it's too unlikely for them to not exist that like it is, and like I don't think that that would lower my view, or like, well, and that would be against like Christian belief, right? Like, I believe that there is only one God, but you know, I guess other religions don't believe that, right? Me, on the other hand, I believe that, like, since God created, like, everything, if there's aliens out there, then that would be within his, like, purview. Let's do that instead of aura and see how that goes for me. So I don't necessarily have an issue with aliens existing, like, but I'm not the most conservative of theologians out there, so a lot of people would probably, most people don't like my views within the, especially the American church, because like, my views are definitely not conservative. Personally, not really. I mean, like, but I think it depends on how you define that, like, but no, I don't think God can make mistakes in that sense. Duration, size, damage. I don't want that. Why do you ask that? Let's just do attack speed if I can find it. Yeah, I mean, I personally don't think God can do. I don't think that would be something with it. I think that language doesn't really work when we talk about God, like in terms of mistakes or something, right? Because, like, you know, take for example, like, say he did, but then, you know, he would have the ability to, in a sense, like, stop time and fix it. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not real, but like, then again, it's like, how would you say a god who can? Oh, I was supposed to do the luck tome. I just totally ruined the reason why I was doing this run. I need luck size and attack speed, luck size attack speed. Cause like, I don't hold to the view that like God is controlling everything at all times, like no free will, right? Like, oh, cooldown tone is really good, but this duration and size, no, this I'll get that later. I don't hold to like, oh, God is controlling everything like a puppet master anyways. So for me, that's not really like an issue, like, cause like I don't think it's like, do I think bad things are happening? Yeah, like, but I think that's because we do have the ability to like make choices of like what's going on around us, and I don't think like in that sense God is necessarily like responsible. I need something else, if that makes sense. So like, oops. So yeah, that's kind of where I would like I don't necessarily think that like God is like hand controlling, and then like something bad happens and it's like a oopsie, like I made a mistake. Like I don't think life is so one-sided. I legitimately do not have any. I need, because like I studied theology, and like even other people who study theology, by the way, that doesn't make it like, oh, I know everything, because like people who study theology disagree with me, but yeah, I'm not one to say like, oh, God is absolutely controlling everything from all like, oh wait, what? That was telling me. Luck. I need the luck one up. So if I'm gonna get the luck one up, let's just be the fox, because he'll be better. Let's be the normal fox. So yeah, I mean, it's a complicated topic, but yeah, I don't necessarily think God makes mistakes. I think that he's involved with humanity, but I also think that he lets humanity do what humanity wants in some way. Okay, let's see, just pure damage, that's good. Shield, knockback, no. What was his build again? Revolver, core DPS, bow, quantity damage, luck. Okay, Fox Synergy. So he wants luck. Key items. Okay, progression. Establish. Pick up revolver or bow if it appears first. Add quantity or cooldown when offered. Keep moving. Don't get cornered. Okay. Refresh. I guess we're gonna do that. I personally, funny enough, as this is a conversation, a lot of Christians actually have this conversation too. This is a debated thing. Well, unless you're evangelicals, just say no, it absolutely exists. I come from an evangelical background, but no, recently I've been kind of rejecting the idea of hell. What we know of hell is a oh, get this. Okay, it said get this. Most of the theology comes much later in like Christian history, and the places in the Bible that have hell, it's actually it's much more complicated than just saying, oh, hell is in the Bible, therefore it exists. Because in the English Bible, for example, it exists, but then, like, when you look at the Greek, which the New Testament is written in Greek, I need Luctome. What weapons? I would rather have Aura. So I got the sniper rifle. Luctome and Clover battery. Okay, since Aura is apparently in this one build. So, like, for example, the places that talk about hell in the New Testament, and as remember there's two, there's Old and New Testament. The issue with kind of going there is each time it's mentioned, it's actually a different word in the Greek, right? And so, for example, the Greek word Hades, the literal Hades, is what it says in some parts, but then there's another part that... What do we do here? Cooldown tome. I need quantity, luck, and cooldown. Oh, look at that. Cooldown. Hades, and then it says Gehenna in another part, and then there's Gades, Gehenna, Tartarus, and there's another one that gets translated. I think what we like translate to Lake of Fire sometimes gets translated to Hell, and this. And so in every instance that the Bible is talking about hell, it's not the main point. Like, it's not trying to convince you that it's this thing. It's trying to talk about some other point. And the point that those passages are often trying to make get kind of ignored in the conversation. And so I see why people believe in it, because like there are places in the Bible that it, in a sense, I want to be clear, because it doesn't say like hell, like what we like fire and brimstone and things like that. That's like an idea mixed up in like a bunch of different ways, but then the language of those passages as well. So for example, in the book of Revelation, there's a place called the Lake of Fire, and a lot of people say, see, well, isn't that hell? But the interesting thing is, one of the words that we translate to hell, Hades, is actually getting thrown into the Lake of Fire. It's like, well, what does that mean? Like, so hell is supposed to be fire, but it's getting thrown into this other place of fire? That doesn't seem right. And so we go, okay, well, if this place is getting thrown in, it's not the same thing. Well, then what is this? But it also uses like very similar language to like a refiner, like refiner's fire, like when you're forging and refining metals, and you're preparing it for something. So it's not just like getting rid of it kind of thing, torture thing, like, which is like what a lot of people like say hell is. And so there's a lot more kind of going on in these passages that it doesn't seem. So like what a lot of people will say, and it's called ETC, eternal, go backwards. Oh man, I said that in Japanese. ECT, eternal conscious torment. Well, that's like hell for eternity. Like you didn't believe in God, and you know, therefore you're gonna just burn forever. Like that's what the belief in hell is the ECT. But the thing is a lot of people don't like fully accept that because of the like other like issues going on in the like, because of a lot of those passages. Like it doesn't just seem like, one, why would God, like what does that accomplish for anybody? Like does it just accomplish like it doesn't do anything, right? Like just having a bunch of people being tortured for literally eternity, billions and billions and billions of years, it doesn't do anything. And like other than just punishment, and like it seems like, biblically speaking, like, even when God does punish, it's never just for the sake of punishment. It's always like to improve the situation, or like whenever somebody's going through a hard time, it's like it's never just because God is like having fun with it, which makes God seem, you know, like really, you know, is this one of the ones? Like just kind of like messed up, like, oh, like he's just killing a bunch of people for fun, or like sending people to hell for eternity. For what, right? Like, just because he can? No. Precision Chome is not it. So I think that, like, another thing that, like, people don't think about is just like, well, the Bible has hell in it, so therefore it's real. And it's like, whoa, those passages are all talking about different places, right? Like, you know, one is Hades, which is the Greek underworld. Like, are we saying that they got it right? Like, they believed in a whole different thing. One says Tartarus, which is a little different, and Gehenna, which is different. And then, not to mention Old Testament, because the Old Testament, it's Sheol, and that's a completely different place with a completely different, like, thing going on. So which one is it? Is it Sheol? Is it Hades? Is it Tartarus? You know, well, Tartarus is a part of Hades, so maybe, but then why Tartarus? Why did, you know, how did the Greeks get the underworld right and like the Jewish people didn't? Because, you know, we would say we come from the Jewish tradition eventually at some point. And so, did the Old Testament get Sheol wrong? Well, what do you mean by Hades? Well, what do you mean by Tartarus? And then you look in the passage, and there's just like what's going on is not going, hey, this is the place that exists, and bad people go, and then good people go here. It's like a whole different conversation that's kind of happening, and then, like I said, we get this refiner's fire conversation with like the lake of fire, and it's like, okay, well, if it's the end of the world and everybody's kind of gone, and like hell is supposedly getting, or Hades is getting thrown into the lake of fire, well, what does that mean? Like, it's a refiner's fire? Like, are we being, are those people who we considered sinners being improved for something? It doesn't seem like it's so eternal. And then the word there is like the age of ages, so like there's this thing, and so it gets a lot of like complicated. Luctome, that's the one I want. Luctome to 12. Luctome to 12, baby. So the conversation gets a lot more complicated, but the thing is a lot of people really want the Bible just to be very clear and 100% understandable and easy to understand for everything, and people are often very, very, very uncomfortable with the ambiguity of some texts, because they just think, oh, the Bible should just be 100% like clear and certain, and if it's not clear and certain, then like, what are we doing here, kind of thing. And so yeah, like a lot of people struggle with ambiguity in the Bible, and there's a lot of places that are ambiguous, that it's not so clear, but like there's just kind of, it's this kind of thought of like, well, you know, if God is the one we get this Bible from, then shouldn't we essentially be 100% sure of like everything that's going on? Wouldn't God be clear? And it's like, well, okay, but yeah, in some ways, but what about, you know, the fact that the Bible was written also by man? Like, yeah, it was given to us by God, but humans were involved. It wasn't like it just floated from heaven one day. And so, yeah, there's like a lot of like things that people need to have a conversation on and talk about, and you're not comfortable with having those conversations fully. But all that to say that, like, no, I don't believe in like the traditional concept of hell. No, as a Protestant, I never believed in hell or purgatory. In the like, in that like, that one came again much later. Christian belief, and I don't really think there's much to back that up within the Bible. No! Ah, that's 55 damage. What? That's a lot of damage. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that would, like I said, some people hold to something like that, but not like a trial, but like for example, the purifying the soul, right? Like somebody, let's do that. Projectile, yeah, perfect. Cooldown quantity. And so some people hold to something like that. That might be it. Maybe that would be closer to what, like, it seems like there's some passages talking about stuff like that in Revelation about what's going on in the lake of fire. Luck. This, but so yeah, that is closer to maybe what's going on. But we're still not 100%. I think that's the thing, is like, it's not clear, but I think that's the part of, like, the Bible for me, is that there's always hope and there's always mercy. Like, God is not like a sadist, right? Like, in fact, throughout the Bible, he's always like, oh, like, I'm quick to forgive. Like, what are the things that you should know about me that are my attributes? Is like, quick to forgive, slow to anger, quick to mercy, quick to like so even when people are doing things wrong, it's like he himself is like, oh yeah, well, like, don't do that, but also I'm quick to forgive, right? Like, oh, don't do that, but, like, you know, come back to me. Like, these are my attributes. And so he's more often than not, like, being like, oh guys, yeah, like, this is what I'm about, and it's never like, oh yeah, I really like hurting people, and it's really cool, and like those filthy sinners, it's so fun to like hurt them, and you know, because they, you know, disrespected me. I really like it when I can, you know, punish them sinners. Like, he never says anything like that, and because, like, even when he does punish people in the Bible, it's always to be like, I want you to come back to me, I want you to stop hurting people, I want you to stop sinning. And most sin in the Bible is usually something that is like hurting other people, right? Like, what is Jesus so mad about in the New Testament, like the Pharisees, is that they are not taking care of the people they need to take care of. They are hypocrites. They're leaders, and I think that's a big thing, is like, as leadership, they were abusing their power. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that in the Bible, like, oh hey, this person isn't like like I think that's a thing to like look at as well. Is like for example, like the Bible was written to people who could read and write. If you can't read and can't write, you're not the audience of the Bible. And why does that matter to understand that? Well, because the only people who can read and write were, especially in those days, were pretty much the educated, were pretty much the people who were like leadership in some way. Like it wasn't just your average everyday person. And so when you read the Old Testament, you have to understand that for the most part, this was written with the intention of going to people who were leaders. And if you read what most of what's going on in the Old Testament, it's a lot about not abusing power. It's about not hurting those who can't defend themselves. And it, you know, directly says this with like Proverbs, right? It's like, hey, this is for like rulers and stuff like that. And so when we look at, you know, what's going on, it's like, oh, hey, like this is something that God is really trying to talk about, is making the like it clear that like this is more of a book to leaders, and why we should understand that is like, hey, like don't abuse your power that you have, don't abuse this. And the same thing, like when Jesus comes in, what is he mad about mostly is the people who are abusing their power, the religious leaders, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and calling them out for not doing their job. And what does he tell his followers to do? Take care of the people who can't take care of themselves, the widow, the orphan, stuff like that, the sick, the elderly, give alms to the poor, and stuff like that. So we have that like message of like, oh, like those with money, those with power, like don't abuse that power. And so like we get at the heart of like, yeah, there's like other types of sins, but like that was primarily what Jesus was mad about, and like is people not taking care of those who need to be taken care of. So I think that that's something we need to realize is like, yeah, like why do you say they don't fit into God's creation? I mean, I don't know if most people would say that, but like, I mean, describe natural or not natural. Like, I want my button to go up. Take that. Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have grabbed that. That's an accident. Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, why would they not be considered part of what in the world exists that isn't a part of God's creation? Right? Like, nothing. There's literally, oh man, I died. Right? Like, there's literally nothing that exists. Like, as somebody who believes that God literally created everything, you can't have anything that doesn't exist outside of God's create. Like, it doesn't make sense. Right? Like, even if you want to talk about the devil was created by God, right? Like, cookies. Hmm. Why is my chatting BRB different? Let's turn that off. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. So I mean, I like. It's one of those things that like people who have been homosexual have existed for thousands of years. Yeah, well, but how? Like, how can you not be a part of God's creation? Like, it's just 100% impossible. Like, if everything is created by God, then you're part of God's creation. Now, I guess you could say something like there are arguments that let's take a different thing that people call sin. I guess I know some people call this a sin or not, but like, say murder, right? Murder is terrible. Don't do it. Like, the person who's a murderer is still a part of God's creation. Is he doing something not okay? Yeah, but like that doesn't remove him from the like the fact that God created him, right? And so even if you are somebody who believes that homosexuality is a sin, which I don't necessarily, then you would have to you would still be a part of God's creation. Like it's impossible to not be. That doesn't change. There's literally nothing that isn't a part of God's creation in some way. Ooh. So this is what we're getting into. Okay, hold on. This is an interesting conversation. This is where we get into the problem of evil, what we call it in philosophical or theological circles, because philosophy tries to handle this as well. Um, right. And so the argument goes is what we're saying is if there's so much evil in the world, then, you know, like how could a loving, powerful God let it happen? Because either he's all loving and he's not all powerful, because if he's all loving, he should stop all of the suffering, or he's not, or he is all powerful and he's not all loving because, you know, um, all these bad things are happening, right? So how can an all loving and all powerful God, if he does exist, allow all of this stuff to happen? Um, that is a little bit different than talking about the issue of homosexuality, because those are kind of separate in a sense issues. So I'll stick with the homosexual thing for a little bit, and then we can move on to the problem of evil. At least my views on it. Hold on, let me also switch to just chatting, because now we're just chatting. Yeah, no, I mean it's fine. Keep that up because they're touching in the context of like creation and like because if you categorize people who are homosexual as wrong, then yeah, then you go into the problem like why would God like, but that to me I would separate them because I would never say that a homosexual person is like a natural disaster in any way, shape, or form. Okay, like let's just 100%. I also don't think that it is a sin. I'm going to be forward. In the past I did I have changed my views, and this is the first time I've actually said that publicly. But it was a few years ago because I grew up in a really conservative family, so I kind of keep quiet on my current beliefs because I don't like causing problems. But like, as an evangelical background, who I probably am not evangelical anymore, and most evangelicals would reject me. That's fine. I don't care anymore. Is I don't believe in hell, in the sense of what most evangelicals teach it, and I don't think, for the most part, homosexuality is a sin. But I have more complex thoughts on both of those in general. So let's get to the first thing. I just don't think the Bible condemns homosexuality in general. Because all the places in the Bible that you want to use to discuss homosexuality is very different. Again, it's a language issue. So I'll give you. Let's just do this. I did not expect to be doing this tonight. There's fun. I'm gonna read to us the largest story that is used to condemn homosexuality. We're gonna read this together. Sodom. So you can talk about this with anybody. Sodom and Gomorrah. Let's pull up the Sodom and Gomorrah story. Genesis 19. Okay. Genesis 19. NRSV. NU. Is it NU? New Oxford. NRSV. Yeah, there it is. SVEU. Okay. Long story. That is a completely whole. Let's just. It's the primary Christian group in America. Hold on. Okay. Cool. So we got the NRSV, New Revised Standard Version. Let me pull this up. And let's do this. Can I do display capture? Let's see. Can you see properly what's going on here? Display capture properties. Can I see capture cursor? There we are. Can you read this? We'll go over evangelical later. Okay. It's sort of blurred. Why is it sort of blurred? I can yeah, you're right. Why? Properties. 10 out of 10. These are all really blurry. Why? What about now? It is really blurry. That is bad. Why? Maybe my stream is just bad in general? Why? What's my... What about now? Is there a way to... Oh, there we are. Is that better? Is this better? Would there be a way to fix this? Properties. Cancel. Display capture. Properties. What is STR? Oh no, it's not fixing it. It is. What if I... Nope. Still blurry. Why is it blurry though? Whatever. As long as it's readable, that's what's important. Can I... Oh no, that's... Okay. Let's go... There we are. Add parallel, print, settings, crossroads, this, share. Let's do 200. All right, it's actually much clearer now. Okay, so let's read this together. I'll be up here so we can read everything that's going on. Here we are. This is me. Okay, so can we see this? This is the famous story of Sodom and Gomorrah, and this is the primary thing of what many conservative Christians use to talk about homosexuality. Now, before we start this, funny enough, I didn't expect to be doing a Bible study. I want you to tell me something here, Mr. Night Moon Trickster, or Miss Night Moon Trickster. To be honest, I don't remember. Person Night Moon Trickster. What is gay or homosexual in your opinion? You can write it out. I do not care. We'll read this together in a minute, but I before you say that, let me know. What do you think that is? Give me your definition. Okay. Or a woman with a woman, would you agree? Or would you say romantic? What are other words? Like, say, a man who has a romantic relationship with another man, or a woman who has a romantic relationship with a woman, or something like that, correct? Okay. So a man who is romantically attracted to a man, and a woman who is romantically attracted to a woman. So we're just going to focus on the LG, I guess B as well works because lesbian, gay, bisexual, LGBT. Q is kind of its own thing, and then T is its own thing. So right now we're just going to focus on lesbian, gay, and bisexual. And so here's the rules, though, of that relationship. Do I have draw? Where's draw? Paint. Okay. We're going to, before we get started into this, I need us to do really bad. Can this be bigger? Okay. We need to do a little bit of a, how big is that? Perfect. Okay. Now, let's do blue. So, this right here is our gay man. Correct? And they love each other. Correct? Is this what we would call homosexual relationship? This guy wants this guy, and also this guy wants this guy. Remember, this is consensual. I don't remember how to spell consent. C-O-N-S-E-N-T. Right? So these guys are together. There is consent. Okay, now we're going to do the opposite. Here's our lesbians. Here's a girl. She's got long hair. That's how we know she's a girl. And she's let's say woman, full adult woman. They're both above 18. And they, where's my red? Love each other. Yay. Okay. This is what we would say are homosexual relationships. And remember, this person wants this person, and this person wants this person. What do we say here? This is two adults who have consent. Did I spell that right this time? Let me see. Consent? Oh yeah, I spelled that right. Great. Okay. So this is what we're talking about, right? Right now. Okay. Correct? Is there anything I should fix? And then bisexual well, if a bisexual man picks a woman, most people don't talk about it like that, and they just ignore it because it's a straight relationship, and vice versa. So this is what we're talking about, correct? Right here. I don't need you. Yeah. Okay. Great. Needs to be established. And remember, CONSENT. Let me see if my political and social sensitive issues. Yes, not drugs, not gambling, mature. Just not sexual themes. Let's pick that because I don't want people to. So we'll hold on. Let me update the thing. We're not going to be talking about drugs. We'll be social issues and sexual themes. Okay. That way, and then update. Okay, there. So it because we're talking about something somewhat sexual. Okay. Right. So there. I updated my thing. We're in just chatting. Okay, let me update this. Bible and LGBT. Sorry, let me update my stuff so people. No. Yeah, because I had to update it. So okay. I had to update my stream that because we're talking about sexual content, and I had to update it to make sure that people who come in, they get the warning, and it probably kicked you out because we switched topics. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. So we have consent here. We have consent. That's this. This is what we're talking about when we're talking about homosexual relationships. Okay. And what's the other thing? They are equal relationships. Okay. This is a woman who is a normal everyday woman. This is a woman. There is no power imbalance. Remember that. They are equal relationships and there is consent. So now that we have that established, let's go into this is the primary passage that a lot of people will use to say homosexuality is a sin. And let us go into it. And then there's another passage that we'll look at after this. All right. So I'm just going to read it. The depravity of Sodom. Okay. Well, what's this depravity? Is it homosexuality? Most people will say it is. Let's read it. Okay. Starting. The two angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting on the gateway of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he rose to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. He said, Please, my lords, turn aside to your servant's house and spend the night and wash your feet. Then you can rise early and go on your way. They said, No, we will spend the night in the square. Okay, so here's this character, Lot. This is a guy's name. And he is being very hospitable. This is very traditional hospitality rules is washing your feet and spending the night. So he's accepting them into his house as a hospitable person. This is what you're supposed to do in the Middle East. Okay, they say, no, we'll spend the night in the square. But he urged them strongly, so they turned aside to him and entered his house. Okay, this is like a very honor, shame culture, but that's not so important for where we go. Turned aside, entered his house, and he made them a feast. He's being very hospitable. Remember this. He baked unleavened bread, and they ate. Before they lay down, the men of the city... Okay, this is where we get the twist. This is where, hey, maybe it's something about homosexuality, but let's read right here. Okay? The men of the city of Sodom. The men of the city, both young and old. So remember, two angels came, but they were disguised as human men. Okay? Both young and old. All the people to the last man surrounded the house, and they called to Lot. Where are the men? Okay, so the angels look like men who came to you tonight. Bring them out to us so we may know them. Now, knowing in the Bible means sex. Okay? So what they're saying, bring those two men out so we can have sex with them. This is what the men... Hold on. Let's read this. The men of the city the men of Sodom, both young and old, all to the last man. Okay? Let me see. All, all, all of the men of the city. Okay, let me say that again. Before they lay down, the men of the city of Sodom, or the men of Sodom, both young and old, all to the last man. Okay? Are we tracking here? Lot went out to the door to the men and shut the door after him. And he said, I beg you, my brothers, do not act so wickedly. Look, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Let me bring them out to you and do to them as you please. Only do nothing to these men, for they have come under the shelter of my roof. But they replied, stand back. And they said, this fellow came here as an alien, and he would play the judge. Now we will do worse with you than with them. Then they pressed hard against the man Lot, and came near the door to break it down. But the men inside reached out their hands and brought Lot into the house with them and shut the door. And they struck with blindness the men who were at the door of the house, both small and great, so they were unable to find the door. Then the men said to Lot, have you anyone else in here, son-in-law's daughters? This is not the men of the town, this is the 2 angels. So son-in-law's daughters, or anyone you have in the city, bring them out of the place. For we are about to destroy this place, because the outcry against this people has become great before the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it. So Lot went out, said to his sons, the Lord is God, of course, went out and said to his son-in-law, who were married to his daughters, up, get out of this place, for the Lord is about to destroy the city. But he seemed to his son-in-laws to be jousting. When morning law came, the angels urged Lot, get up, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, or else you will be consumed in punishment of the city. But he lingered, so the men seized him and his wife and his 2 daughters by the hand, and the Lord being merciful to him, they brought him out, left him in the city. When they had brought them outside, they said, flee to your life, do not look back or step anywhere in the plain, flee to the hills, or else you will be consumed. Okay, so we're past that, and this is where Lot's wife turns into a pillar of salt. Okay, now people will say, see, all of the, they wanted to have sex, men on men, homosexuality. But what did I emphasize? All of the men surrounded the house. All of the men in town. This has to be like 20 dudes, at least, probably more. All of the men surrounded the house for the 2 guys, the 2 angels. Oops. Is that the same in any sense to this picture right here? Is that the same thing? Are these 2 situations equal? What is significantly different about these 2 situations? Yeah. Well, and what else? That's one of the problems. There's another problem here. What word did I circle here? What is this word right here? Yeah. It's not consensual. And if it's not consensual, what does that mean? It's the R word, R-A-P-E. And not just that, it's gang. Gang, R-A-P, yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's not the same thing. At all. It's not even close. It's not just, this is an entire town trying to have their way with these 2 men. Now, there's a reason for this as well. culturally speaking, they would do this to show dominance, right? So it's also up and down because these are the men of town. So this is one of the things with like how you treat people who can't take care of themselves, and what I was saying earlier. What most sins are is power imbalances and abusing your power. These men of the town were trying to say, hey, because we are the natives, we have power over you, and we are gonna like dominate. It wasn't like this romantic thing. It wasn't even sexual. It was a dominance display of dominance, right? And they still do this in like prison, and they just like there's situations where this happens, and it's not like a oh, you're so cute, I'm gonna, or I'm really drunk and I forced myself on, which all of those are terrible, by the way. But this is a dominance thing. It has nothing to do with this consent. It has nothing to do with love. It has nothing to do with this person wants this person and this person wants this person. They it has nothing to do with any of that. This is a dominance display. This is control. This is absolute. Yeah, and then like you typed in the R word, which I don't want the algorithm to tag me. But yeah, this and this are not the same thing. This deserves for Sodom and Gomorrah to get burned, right? Because that's what happens. Like God, the Lord rained Sodom and Gomorrah, sulfur, and fire, overthrew the cities, right? So this town wasn't like everybody was just flaming gays, like because that's how they try to paint the picture. A lot of really really conservative Christians, like, oh, all these gay guys, right? But this is not. Let me say it again. They are not the same thing. They're not even close. They do not even touch being the same thing, right? Now, hold on. Oops. We're going to look up one more passage to even further prove my point. Of what this was talking about. So, later on in another book of the Bible called Ezekiel, I'm going to go 49. Where is it at? Okay, let me do this. And then display capture. Here we go. This is the guilt of Sodom. Okay, so what did Sodom do that was wrong? Does it say there was a bunch of gay guys walking around Sodom and Gomorrah, and that's why God decided to burn the entire city down? So not only did we read it, it was unconsensual, so the R word, and it was gang R word. It wasn't just like one crazy guy. It was the whole town. The whole town. Let's read what this passage says the sin of Sodom is. This was the guilt of your sister Sodom. She and her daughters had pride, excess of food, prosperous ease, but did not aid the poor and needy. Power. They had prosperous ease and food, but what did they do? They did not aid the poor and needy. They were haughty, which is prideful, and did abominable things before me. Well, what are these abominable things? Not aiding the poor and needy, pride, excess of food. Therefore I removed them when I saw it. Samaria. And also, remember, gang R word. Group R word. Not consensual romantic relationships between men or women. Samaria has not committed half your sins. You have committed more abominations, but they have made your sisters appear righteous by all the abominations you do by your decrees. Okay? So, you see? See what I mean? What is going on in Sodom and Gomorrah is not what is going on when we talk about, but because there happens to be two, like, man on man desire, people just will focus on that, but they don't focus on the whole town. It wasn't consensual, right? It was R word, and that is bad, whether it's a man on man, whether it's man on woman, whether it's woman on woman. It doesn't matter. It's always all bad. It's terrible, in fact. And it wasn't just normal R word, it was group R word, right? And so this is one of the major, but there's some other passages, but it always comes down to the word that they use does not translate to our word of normal homosexuality, which, let me go back to that, which is not this, right? Let me do oops, not save, I don't need to save. Oops, what am I doing? I didn't mean to save that. Blip, blip. Okay. Okay, let me go back. Okay. So there's one place in the New Testament as well that we don't need that. Okay, we'll go back to right around. Okay, here. Okay. So there's another type of thing, and it's similar to what's going on in Sodom and Gomorrah, but there's a word basically for something like this situation. Okay, you have a guy who is some kind of leader. So he's not necessarily the king, but a leader or somebody with power. And there's this guy who is below him. Let's do this. He's got a beard. And it's not in, where's the eraser? Size. Oh, that's too big. Okay, so remember, most of the time, where's my pencil? It's equal. Okay. Yeah, we'll get into that as well, but okay. Remember, this is a normal homosexual or LGBT relationship. What the words that we use here is usually top down, not equal. This guy is trying to dominate. And like, for example, in Greek culture, which we know of, a lot of times they were underage, really young boys. Okay? So, not consensual. This leader is trying to take advantage. And even if it was, like, even if it was somewhat like this is an adult, it's usually never consensual. So this is not what's going on in like the Bible. This is usually what's going on, and they're talking about it is don't be a leader taking advantage of these poor people, basically. Okay? This is not what's going on when we see this. And the word in the Greek is not what's going on. So what we also War Turtle Tail. Funny enough, we're just talking about that in my views. So what we're going on here is we're talking about like what's going on in the Bible. So what we just went over is how Sodom and Gomorrah, here we just did this. So I'll give you a good example. Most of the people will say Sodom and Gomorrah was about homosexuality. It wasn't, and we'll talk about, and I went over that, but like basically like here's this passage right here where it specifically says what the sin of Sodom and Gomorrah is. This is Ezekiel 40, was it Ezekiel 16, verse 49. So chapter says, this is your guilt of Sodom, pride, excess of food, because remember that's like gluttony and like not giving it, because look at excessive food, prosperous ease, but did not aid the poor and needy. So they had excess of food, but they didn't aid the poor and needy. They were haughty, which is prideful, and did abominable things before me. And that is the whole town tried to gang R-word, R-A-P-E, the two men. It wasn't a romantic encounter. Like, this is what we think of. Sodom and Gomorrah was a bunch of dudes, and then the two angels who were disguised as men. So this is the town, all of the guys. It's, you know, and they wanted to force themselves on these two, not consent. This is normal. We have consent here. This was what was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. The whole town, no consent. These two angels were not for that. And also, it was a dominance display. This is also what's going on in the New Testament, is a dominance display. It's up and down. It's top down. It's not romantic, right? So when we say, oh, like this homosexual thing, this is what's going on in the Bible for the most part, is dominance displays. In Sodom and Gomorrah, it's gang, R-word. In the New Testament, even when it's talking about this, remember, it's Greek culture, so they happen to have this culture sometimes. It was never equal. It was always this way. It was top-down domination. Okay? So that's what the Bible speaks against. Right? In Leviticus 18:22. Let me look that up. I mean, there's other arguments going on, like a lot of things in the New Testament that seem to be talking about it, but let me look up Leviticus specifically. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so even in this one, this is the same thing in Leviticus. It is this top-down, like, one. Because again, remember, the view there is, it's a little complicated and it's sad, but basically, yeah, it's top-down. It's not equal or consensual. Don't. So, yeah, this is what the Bible is warning people against. Group forcing domination. This is not what the Bible is talking about in any place. We don't have, in fact, we don't have like a word for like a consensual homosexual relationship in the Bible. It just doesn't exist in the Bible. And so, all of that to say, welcome back, Mr. Rave. How you doing? Also, why do you not pull up in my multi-chat? But War Turtle Tail Nightmare, welcome. You just came into a fun conversation. So, yeah, my view is that the Bible does not condemn homosexuality, and so I don't find it an issue. And as I wait, chat pause due to scroll. Don't. Now my multi-chat is frozen for some reason. That doesn't really matter. Can I change that? Hold Alt key pause. Chat never. I don't want. Why can I not exit out of you? Scroll over, hold over, mouse over. I don't want chat to pause at all. Oh, whatever. Yeah, I mean, if you don't log into Twitch for like a long time. Well, okay, so this is what we were talking about earlier. So the words that we have for homosexuality are not homosexuality, and it's not normal sex. So I have to start over. Let me go back to this. Display capture. Okay. So we went over Sodom and Gomorrah, which is Genesis 19, and why that's not what we say it is of like homosexuality. Um, and then we did not go over this. Hold on, let me start over because this doesn't make sense if I just have to re-explain it. So let's go down to pen. Here we are. That's too thick. Okay. So when we talk about homosexuality, sorry for, uh, yeah, there's a reason for that. Okay. War Turtle. We went over this with Night Moon Trickster already, but there's a contextual reasoning. So this is what we mean when we talk about homosexual relationship, right? This is a guy and a guy. They're happy. This, they want each other, equals consent. Okay? This is really important. The equal part is really important, and the consent is really important. This is what we in the modern day call, a homosexual relationship, okay? Right? So, what I was talking about, the really quick and easy part of Sodom and Gomorrah, which is the biggest verse because God hates homosexuality so much, he killed all of them. Let me just go to that and show you really quick because that was really easy. Genesis 19. So this is the biggest verse that people use, but let me just go over this really quick. I won't go into depth of it like I went over with Night Moon Trickster, but let's go over it. Okay, he said, where's that? The two angels. So these are two angels. They disguise themselves as human men, and they go into the city because they're supposed to save Lot, right? That's the background, okay? And Lot was sitting in the gateway of Sodom. Yes, there's a reason for that. Let's get into that. When Lot saw, he rose to the feet and bowed down in his face. He said, "Please, my lords, turn aside your servant's house and spend the night and wash your feet. Then you rise early in the morning." They said, "No, we will spend the night in the square," but urged them strongly. So they turned aside and said, "Enter his house." And he made them feast and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. But before they lay down, the men of the city of Sodom, both young and old, okay, so here we go. Before they lay down, that's the two angels, disguised as men. The men of the city of the men of Sodom, both young and old, and all the people to the last men, surrounded the house, and they called out to Lot, "Where are the men who came to the house? Bring them to us so that we may know them." Okay. Know them is sexual. That means they want to have sex with him. But first off, look at this. This is the men of the city, all to the last men, right? This is all of the men of the town are saying they want to have sex. This is not this, correct? This is a group of men trying to force themselves on two men. Top down, it's abusive, it's the R word, RAPE, but this is where culture matters and why I need to bring this up and why it matters for the other passages as well. Because there's two cultural things we need to look at before jumping in. Why I'm going over this first before we jump into Corinthians and Leviticus and why that matters. Okay, so one of the things that is really important is what we understand of sexuality. Yeah, and we went over this with you anyway, so it's going to be cover. So, what we know as homosexuality, this, right? Two men in an equal relationship that are both consenting. This idea essentially didn't exist. In fact, what we view as sexuality didn't exist until the last 100 years, right? Because love and romance and things of that nature was never considered, right? Usually, like for example, you had a dad and he had kids, right? Like, so this is a son, and then I'm just going to do pink. I'm not meaning to be sexist, but whatever. And then you had some other dad and he had a son, and it doesn't matter if this person likes this person because dad said so. These two are going to get married, right? This is not romance. This dad says it's an agreement, this dad agrees, and this is actually a business deal. And so he will sell him some stuff and he'll sell some other stuff. And this is how relationships worked. There was no this. There was no this in general, right? First off, that was not a thing that happened. This is actually very recently. I mean, up until even in Japan, the 70s, arranged marriages were somewhat common, especially among wealthy, and even today among ultra wealthy, and like it still happens behind back doors, and they pretend like it doesn't, but it does. And um, but like European culture, but well, actually, this is way before European cultures, or well, up into Greece, I guess it's technically the start of Western culture. But this is the first we're talking about Hebrew culture, and then we'll move it, which is not just Hebrew culture, it's the Middle East. This is how everyone was doing it back then. It wasn't just one person. This is how all people were doing it. Love and romance weren't really a thing. Well, I mean, people would fall in love, like, but the marriage itself was primarily this for literally thousands of years. This is how humans did marriage in most cultures around the world, right? If they eventually fell in love, like one day, like that was good. But like a lot of times, they wouldn't meet until the day of the wedding because it was never meant to be about them. So how do you marry for love if you've never even met your wife or the person you're going to marry? You don't know. This plan is usually planned like when they are children, right? Okay. Um, it developed over time, but we're talking about Leviticus. We're talking about Genesis, which is where Sodom and Gomorrah is. Okay. So now, this is also the second part of the culture. So this is point one that I needed to make for culture things. Point two of the culture is that women had no value. Sad to say, but they didn't. So all relationships were top down to some degree. Okay. So this is the lady. I didn't use pink this time, but I used hair. All marriage relationships were this way. They did not have a concept, right? So our concept of relationships today, for the most part, not everybody is, but again, this is not even true in all cultures and ideas nowadays, is equality between the two in the relationship. That was not how things were functioning 3,000, 2,000, 1,500, even 200 years ago. This is a really new idea. In fact, people are still fighting for this part because, again, like sexism is still big. The right for women to vote in America was very recent. This right here is a very new idea in terms of humanity, right? So this was not, but like, because we were born and raised in or closer, like for example, women were treated as property like this. This right here was to gain favor. Like, oh, your son can marry my daughter if I get money from you, right? Oh, you basically have to do everything the husband says. You are treated as property, right? Your value is attached to the husband. There's a reason for that, but this we have the progress, we're getting there. Okay, so this is how relationships all essentially were, and it wasn't homosexuality. There's a reason why that word doesn't mean homosexuality. In fact, in English, the word homosexual wasn't there until the 40s, and they started making it that, and fundamentalism ran with it. And there's an interesting history lesson with that, but that's because the word that they're using. I'm going to get to that part later, but so let me grow here. Okay, so this is point two. All relationships were kind of top down. Now there was an expectation that all free men, because slaves were considered lower, right? So say this is a slave, sadly, but all free men, for the most part, like in the same group, were considered equal. All right. So this is so men's value, they had equal value. So when we would talk about, for example, in Leviticus and in the New Testament as well, yeah, they didn't use the word. Yes, because it they're not the same thing. They're not talking about the same thing. This is what matters. So the reason why is, but we have to get to that because we have to explain the relationship between men to women and men to men before that explanation makes sense. And it's all cultural, but we have to get there first before I can explain it, right? Um, so this right here even when they're having sex, is the woman is not considered an active participant. She receives. Why? Because the goal is babies, right? Now the goal being babies is not a thing, but this is a thing of dominance as well. Sex was always a dominance thing, right? So when I showed this, right, the gang group thing, the reason why this is problematic because in later what I showed in Ezekiel, it says what their sin is. It doesn't say homosexuality, but look at here. It says before the men of the town said, "Bring them out to us so we may know them." This is a act of dominance. So this is a I am above you, I am controlling you, you are lesser than me. That is what this is like, right? And so like for example, in today prison systems still have this, and so it is what you're doing is not having. That is a debate later on, but here it seems like they don't because it says, "Where are the men?" If they knew they were angels, they probably wouldn't have said, "Where are the men?" So probably not. Okay, but do you see how this is a top-down dominance thing, right? This isn't this situation. One, it's a gang RAPE, and it's top-down. Okay, this was not what was going on, right? Because men here were supposed to be equal. So the thing that happens is in sex, the expectation was man is always supposed to be on top. That's why even being a bottom as a man would be seen as sinful, like because you're taking the place of a woman. You're not supposed to lower yourself because women have less value into the place of the woman. So the reason why Leviticus would say that is because it's telling men not to dominate or bring low other men. It wasn't saying don't have romantic relationships. It's this dominance thing that Leviticus and Corinthians are talking about, right? This top down thing, this top thing, what is going on in here, which is why God burns them down because the entire town is trying to dominate. It's not this, it is not consensual, it is not love. And even in the Greek, what we have, and we, in fact, we know other philosophers, so this is not just in the Bible. We, is Epictetus. I was just reading Epictetus. He's not a Christian. He was an old slave, and he himself condemned this act because he said there was always some leader who would take a fancy like in a young boy, right? And he said this was despicable. By the way, that was often what was going on too. Is young boys were often the attraction. So we also know that there was like a Roman Caesar who like castrated a young boy at 12 years old because he kind of looked like his departed wife and he made him a lover, but he forced himself, right? And so the concept of a romantic and equal homosexual relationship did not exist up until recently. Yes, well, no, because in that is the English word. The Hebrew word and in the Greek word, it is it is strictly a dominance thing. It's not an equal like consensual sexual act. It does imply. The problem is English doesn't have a equal word for it, but it does imply a top-down dominance role. That is because most sex was seen as that anyways, and so you don't. The reason why it was condemning. It wasn't even condemning like it was specifically condemning the act of like being the the receiving role. So there's like a word for it, and it's specifically the receiving role, and it's like because in a sense it was saying you're like debasing yourself. So it's like don't be dominated, don't dominate. Like the wording there in Hebrew and Greek has those nuances of not um of it being a dominance relationship, right? So what we see is not what they're talking about, and even in the wording. So that's where the issue is with our language and why translation and understanding what those words mean is because, again, that's also why the word homosexual or whatever was not in the English Bible. Well, it wasn't in the English Bible into the 40s because this is a concept that was introduced later with more conservative translators. But before then and then now we're getting back to people translating it a little bit better because that So that's one of those things that it matters because that was a concept within, and many scholars who are biblical scholars who are not like within the conservative church talk about this a lot, but because especially American conservative church, that's what's primarily talked about, because the conservative church takes this and says, yeah, all of it's a sin and it's evil, blah blah blah. But this is not what most like textual like critical scholars or textual critical scholars or even theologians who are outside. um, No, but it's not that what I'm doing is because the words themselves actually have inherent meaning that don't mean like sex. Because for example, no, like even that, right? Like take for example, I even like go further, right? Like we know what, so we may know them, right? Like this word, what we say know them means sleeps with them or has, we want to have sex with them. That's a euphemism. And so we know that. And so we can say when somebody says they, like in the Bible, it says he knew his wife, right? That means he had sex with them, right? Like, well, yes, you can, but the difference of twisting the word is we know what those words mean, and there's been a lot of study, and it's not just me. It is what critical scholars have been studying. It is what theologians have been studying, and it's what the people who translate and who know the languages have been studying, right? Like, so I'm not just making this up, and neither are these scholars and theologians. In fact, most people just get like most conservative evangelical scholars actually get very angry at those scholars and say, and don't like what they're having to say because they're saying no, the evidence. No, yeah, but that's the English. That's the point, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Is the English does not translate it properly because we don't have a word that is like that. So it's like when we say sex, our idea is equal, like two participating partners of consent, right? Like because if it's not consensual, we have an R word, right? But in the like 3,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, this word like that idea fundamentally didn't exist, right? And there was also the idea of like the recipient, and the words that we have there in the Bible, which again, they are specifically not talking about uh, like what we would say as consensual sex, right? It's um, it's a domination thing, and there are people who are scholars that can probably explain the link because I'm not a linguist, I will say this, but this is coming from professional linguists. I can't explain, I will say I can't explain it in full detail because even though I studied the Bible and I'm a theologian, the critical linguists and the textual critics can make this is coming from them, and their arguments and explanations are much better than mine, but because I am not the one who I am not a Greek student, um, or a Hebrew student, and I didn't spend my master. I didn't don't have a master's degree in either language, while many people do. And this isn't just coming from one guy. This is coming from actually most scholars. This is the scholar, like the scholarly bias at the moment is that these words don't just mean consensual, like homosexual relationship. It's a dominating thing, and that's what that word means, right? No, it's also about like taking control and domineering, right? Because a lot of what the Bible talks about, because and this is what I was saying earlier, and why my argument is kind of cut up now because you came in towards the end, which isn't a problem. But like one of the thing is, first off, especially the Old Testament. The Old Testament was written to people who could read and write. Well, that's not everybody, right? Especially 2,000, 3,000 years ago or 1,500 years ago. Only the people who were educated and had basically any kind of power, because like the educated were not your average everyday person. They were wealthy and they had power. And so the Bible, especially the Old Testament, was primarily written to people who were educated, had power, so they were the rulers and leaders. In fact, Psalms and or not Psalms, but Proverbs specifically says this also. And we know this. And so what we know about what how the Bible was written was essentially for example, Proverbs is all about a man with power keeping his power in check. Don't abuse your power. In fact, many of these passages are about not abusing people in power, right? Or not abusing your power, right? So let me go back to Song of Solomon and why this matters, because foreigners often didn't have power, right? That was a big thing. So, right, like lay them out. And look at this juxtaposition here, right? So Lot saw the angels come into. He rose. And he says, "Please, my lords, turn aside, come to your servant's house, spend the night, wash your feet, and you rise early and go on your way." They say, "No, we'll spend the night in the square." He urged them strongly, and they entered his house, and he made them a feast and baked them unleavened bread, and they ate. Okay, so this is what's good hospitality in ancient Near Eastern culture. But then the men of the town noticed that those two men came in, and they were demanding, right? So this is like a power thing, right? Um, no, but it's not saying dominant in the sense of like this is our kink, right? Like this is a non-consent, so RAPE, right? Like, and I'm doing that so the algorithm doesn't like flag me. This is somebody who is taking control of somebody, right? It's not about and no, not and both aren't being punished necessarily, right? So take for example, like I said earlier, in we have Greek writings as well who talk about this similar thing, and like I said, was what was his name? I said it earlier, where it was very often young boys, so they couldn't have consented anyways, and it's not saying like, oh hey, like two consenting adults. It's very often this is what's going on. It's top down, it's domination. This person's consent is irrelevant, right? Because this person has power and is forcing them to do what they want, right? And that's what's going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. So it's RAPE. This person is usually a young boy, which we know that even like, oh, what was his name? Epictetus, that's his name. Epictetus even wrote against this, and he wasn't a Christian, and he wrote about people not taking on, like, this was a deplorable action, but it was common enough that even Epictetus is writing about this, right? So we have in the Bible talking about these relationships which are top down, forced, not consensual, not equal, right? So this concept is not what the Bible is talking about. Equal people having sex together equally consensually. It's a person in power abusing their power to dominate others, right? This is what those words mean, right? Does that make sense? And so in the Greek, we even have Greek writers talking about this, right? Like not just the biblical Greek, which the biblical Greek talks about it as well. But that's why when we say homosexuality, and a lot of people see that, oh, well, isn't just two people having sex? That should just be clear, isn't it? Like you were saying, right? Like here's two people, they're having sex, and there it is. But culturally, that's not what's going on, right? And that's not what the words are talking about. It's talking about somebody who's using sex as a domination tactic, not like, because even if you want to say, oh, somebody's a dom, like, and it's a like in a like, but they're both consenting. That's not what that word is like connotating here. Not like this. It's abuse of power, right? Because like your average everyday dude couldn't do this, right? Yeah, I mean, hold on. Let me pull up. I'm in. Yeah. So yeah, there's a yeah. Let me see if I can pull them up. There's a text critical scholar plus many other theologians that I follow. I need to get them. The problem is I don't know if they have YouTube, because yes, their arguments are so much better than mine. Okay. I think this...
Was the word homosexual?
Okay. Here. We'll watch this together. This is a guy that I like. He is, he's a doctorate. He is a textual scholar and a critical scholar, and this is his field. And so there are other people that I follow, and there are other people that are this, but many conservatives don't like him because his goal is not to be an apologist. In fact, he very often disagrees with apologists because wherever science or something like that ends up, he is religious, but he is not like conservative. But his work, he is qualified in many ways, and so this is where not my argument comes from, but because, like, again, my argument comes from I myself studied the Bible, but this is confirmed by people who are much more educated than me. Again, people who study the Greek, study the Hebrew much more in depth than I did. And so some of the study of what I was talking about is relevant to what he says. So let's just watch what he says, and it'll be a much better. And I will add... Yeah, well, that's the thing. So this is where conservative Christianity comes in, and like they take these passages and they make them much bigger than they are. And this is why it's very interesting for me, because I changed my view on this as well, right? And because of my study, because of going back, and what the thing is there's two kind of fields right now. What's going on? There is the scholarship that's going around the Bible and what they find in the Bible, and then there's the theologians within different denominations and how they take that information. But the thing is they don't like a lot of the information, so they just swipe it. So yeah, I'm Christian, but I'm not evangelical. I'm not conservative, or anything like that. So, but let's watch, and then we can continue here.
Was the word homosexuality added into the Bible in the 19th century? Is it actually even really a sin? Can you be born gay? Are you able to be Christian and be gay? Let's talk about all these things.
All right, let's see it.
I believe as Christians, we are not supposed to shy away from conversations like this just because they may be harder, but...
Yeah, I still would say I'm a Christian. I still believe Jesus is God. But the thing is even though I don't see myself as evangelical anymore, I'm still Protestant, but like most churches I know are evangelical, so it's hard to find myself a community to go to. So yes, I am Christian, I'm still Protestant, but I'm not conservative. I don't think I'd be like, I don't know. I don't consider myself a liberal Christian because there's issues that I have there, but I'm also not a conservative Christian. Definitely not fundamentalist and evangelical, but we'll see what this. Let me play this and go pee because I've seen this already, and I'll be back pretty quick.
We should talk about them in grace and truth, just like Jesus did.
You should also thoroughly research these issues and learn to think critically about them, which is the one thing that the overwhelming majority of people who try to present a Christian perspective on this refuse to do.
This one might be a little longer because we're going to go deep, so stick with me. I threw one of the most controversial questions into a Bible app that I use. It's called Haven, and I just asked it, was this word actually added into the Bible in the 19th century, and what does the original language have to say about this?
So we'll talk about original languages in a moment, but here I want to point out that there's not really anyone who's arguing that the word was added to translations of the Bible in the 19th century. I'm unaware of any translation of the Bible into English from the 19th century that uses the word homosexual or homosexuals or homosexuality. The first occurrence of any such word in an English translation of the Bible is from 1946 with the publication of the Revised Standard Version's New Testament. And that has been pointed out by a lot of different people. Now, what the significance of that is precisely is something that we'll get into. But I think this content creator has misunderstood the observation that the word does not occur in any English translation of the Bible until 1946 for the claim that the word was added to the Bible in the 19th century, which it definitely wasn't.
It provided really good context of how this is a universal concept and principle that's talked about widely in the Bible, in the Old Testament and in the New Testament. So let's dig into that a little bit.
So I need to pause here to point out that if we're talking about the concept of homosexuality, it is not a universal principle. Because when we use the word homosexuality in English today, we are primarily talking about a specific sexual orientation. Yeah. And with that usage comes all of the baggage associated with the modern scientific understanding of sexual orientations and human sexuality. And this understanding has really been developing since the 19th century.
So that was also what I was saying, is like our idea of of sexuality in general, but what I was saying is for thousands of years was significantly different, what I was saying earlier, than what we've been than modern day. And so
they understood the impulse to engage in same-sex intercourse in wildly different ways in the ancient world. Yeah. So when we talk about homosexuality, we're primarily referring to a conceptual suite or a configuration or a constellation of ideas that is entirely modern and is not universal. And as much as I loathe having to appeal to a dictionary, here is the OED's entry on homosexuality, and I show it only to point out that sense number 1 is the state or quality of being sexually or romantically attracted to people of one's own sex, homosexual character, nature, or identity. And then 1B is homosexuality as a count noun, a homosexual nature or identity, a particular experience or expression of this. So the primary sense is in reference to the modern scientific notion of asexual orientation. Yep. When we get down to sense 2, we get sexual activity or behavior between members of the same sex, homosexual sex. So this is where someone who may not have a homosexual orientation could still be understood to be participating in homosexuality in that secondary sense of any same-sex intercourse. But that is the secondary sense. And I'm trying to be clear here that when we're talking about homosexuality, the primary sense is a specific package of concepts and ideas that is not universal, that didn't exist when the Bible was being written. And so the authors of the biblical texts cannot be talking about homosexuality as the concept is primarily understood today.
Yeah. And so this is like essentially what he's saying is the idea developed recently of like sexuality. And what I was saying, there's a lot of reasons for that. One, because sexuality wasn't really concerned with like 2,000 years ago, especially because the concept of marriage was two people being forced into a relationship to basically have kids. So whether you were attracted to the person or not, because like, again, say you were forced to marry this, frankly, like say you were straight, but you're but like really ugly woman, or just woman you weren't attracted to, doesn't matter, right? And so say where you're homosexual or whatever, but whatever reason, if you weren't attracted to whoever you married, your wife, that was inconsequential, right? So you weren't marrying to love to begin with, and like the idea of sexuality as we know it, like then it was like you're making kids for the society, whatever it is. Now it's for love, it's for pleasure, it's for whatever. It's wildly different.
Where the word homosexuality may not have been used in the original manuscripts, as no English word is, and in the 19th century, the word homosexuality used as more of a general term to describe the concept written about in the original manuscripts, the Greek word arsenokoites is used. Arsenokoites is a compound word. Arseno meaning male, koites meaning bed. There's a common argument with interpretation that this is actually talking about pedophilia, but that's not true. If that was the case, then this Greek word here would have been used instead of arsenokoites. This word that's often used in the New Testament to describe homosexuality.
So this is what we were talking about, Mr. Raypat, earlier.
Is just a general term to describe sexual.
But it's not a general term, and Dan will explain better what I was trying to explain.
Acts between the same sex.
So my main concern here is the fact that arsenokoites is not a general term that just refers to same-sex intercourse in general. It is a specific term that refers to a man who takes the insertive role in an act of male same-sex intercourse.
So the dominator.
And one of the ways we know that this is specifically referring to the man who takes the insertive role is because in 1 Corinthians 6:9, this word occurs right next to malakos, which literally would mean soft one or something like that, and is widely understood to be referring to the man who takes the receptive role.
In other words, the top and the bottom in modern words. So the word being used here that is often translated to homosexuality is what I was trying to say, but he said in much more clearer words is the dominator role or the person on top or the inserter role, as he said.
In an act of male same-sex intercourse. And so a contemporary colloquial way to render these two terms would be bottoms and tops.
That's great.
And so if you say tops, you're not referring generally to any same-sex intercourse. You're referring to a specific role within a specific act of same-sex intercourse between men. So it is quite precise, and an attempt to turn it into a general term for any same-sex intercourse is wildly inaccurate.
We see this word used in the New Testament multiple times, such as verses like 1 Corinthians 6 and verse 9, and it says, or do you not know that the unrighteous...
Hold on, I want to do something here. Let me bring this up, and then... Oh, I wish I could scale this down. Oh, I can. Can I get rid of this? No. It's not that important. Perfect. Let's do 50? No. Sorry, guys. This is a terrible idea. I don't know what I'm doing here. I was going to put this in the corner, but I want all of this gone. Here. No, this is terrible. Why did I do that? Let's just... Never mind. My idea is terrible.
Will not inherit the kingdom of God. Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor the idolaters, nor the adulterers, nor men who practice
but that's the same thing. Is the reason why is because the woman was seen as the receiver, right? And so, like, the male to male was it. That's top down, right? Like that view would have been a dominator role like this, right?
Sexuality, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, revilers, swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God.
So you'll note here that the rendering men who practice homosexuality is actually combining the two different terms into one clause, because the two terms, malaki in the plural and arsenokoites in the plural, refer to, again, colloquially, bottoms and tops. And so this is still only referring to male same-sex intercourse as well. We need to be precise about what we're talking about. And again, it is inaccurate to misrepresent arsenokoites as a word that refers generally to same-sex intercourse when it doesn't even refer to all male same-sex intercourse.
So it is obvious here in this verse, along with many other verses in the New Testament, that when it's talking about homosexuality, it is in fact talking about same-sex sexual acts.
Again, that's not true, and this content creator put 7 verses on the screen, and only the middle 3 have anything at all to do with same-sex intercourse. So this is misleading.
So the claim that this term or concept was added to the Bible in the late 19th century really falls flat when you see that it's a widespread concept throughout the Old Testament, which we will look at, and the New Testament, which says multiple different places the same Greek word arsenokoites, which is very clear in its meaning.
So again, this is false. The word occurs a grand total of twice throughout the entire New Testament. Once in 1 Corinthians 6:9, where that is Paul writing, and then once in 1 Timothy 1, where it is someone pretending to be Paul and writing after Paul's death. And again, both times, the word refers only to the man who takes the insertive role in an act of male same-sex intercourse. It is not a general reference to any and all same-sex intercourse. It is important to maintain that distinction if we are concerned for trying to accurately understand what these authors were trying to communicate.
Now let's look at the Old Testament. Leviticus chapter 20 and verse 13 says, "If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination." Now the word homosexuality wasn't even used here. It's actually describing the act of homosexuality. And so the argument that that word was added can't even apply to this verse. It shows clearly that the act in which we know homosexuality to be today was an abomination even in the Old Testament.
And here's where it is important to acknowledge that homosexuality primarily refers to a sexual orientation. And the concept of homosexual orientations today didn't exist when these texts were being written. The practice of same-sex intercourse obviously has always existed and will always exist, and that was understood. But it is important to keep separate the notion of same-sex intercourse as an act and the notion of homosexuality as a sexual orientation. When we refuse to make that distinction, we rope in folks who have a sexual orientation towards the same sex as an abomination. If we say homosexuality is an abomination, based on something like Leviticus 20 verse 13, which is only about male same-sex intercourse, we're expanding the scope of that declaration well beyond the language of the declaration. We're saying this is not just about male same-sex intercourse, it's also about female same-sex intercourse. It's also about just having a homosexual orientation.
No, this man is genuinely educated and actually very anti-apologist. But no, the concept of what we understand as sexual orientations did not come to exist until much more recently. Like I was saying that earlier, like that's they viewed sex and sexuality very differently. But that's
whether or
in general,
not you
that's
ever
kind of
engage in same-sex intercourse. That's the scope creep that results from refusing to understand, much less acknowledge, the difference between homosexuality as a reference to a sexual orientation, which is the primary sense of the word as it is used today, and the notion of homosexuality as any reference to any kind of same-sex intercourse, which is only a secondary and less common use of that word today.
And just one last verse. Romans chapter 1 and verses 26 through 27, it says, "For this reason God gave them up to dishonorable passions. For their women exchanged natural relations for those that are contrary to nature. And the men likewise gave up natural relations with women and were consumed with passion for one another, men committing shameless..."
Remember, apologists are typically evangelicals trying to prove that the Bible is right. He is very often going against mainstream Christianity and saying what he's saying, right? Like, I do believe he is religious, but he actually, because of his scholarship work as textual critical, like a text critical scholar, biblical critical scholar, that's not religious in its scope, because there are atheists or religious critical scholars as well, and he works with them, right? Like, so he has a scope of scholarships, of scholar. I am not able to talk right now. It's 3 in the morning. That's why. So he's working with scholarship in general. Like, these aren't just his views. This is the views of the consensus of the textual critical scholars. And so even if maybe one thing he says you don't like, or maybe it could be coming from like a theological perspective or like a belief in a theist, he often is working and has other scholars who are atheists that will agree with something that he's saying, because his work is not a religious work. He's not a theologian. That is, in fact, he disagrees with many theologians very regularly. Because his work is not a theological field.
Acts with men and receiving in themselves the due penalty for their error. It says they gave up natural relations.
So just real quick, I need to point out that this is not a great translation. Natural relations is not what the Greek says. It says physikin chrysin, which means natural use or natural utility. The women give up their natural utility, and the men abandon the natural utility of their women, their sexual utility as receptive, passive sexual partners. That's what the verse is actually saying there.
Well, if our sexuality has a purpose, if there's an origin to all of this, if there is a natural way for this, the Bible should speak on it, right?
So now we're presupposing certain things about what ought to be in the Bible, but we should point out that Paul didn't really have a good grasp on what was natural, because we can look in 1 Corinthians to see Paul saying that nature itself testifies that it is disgraceful for a man to have long hair. So that's Paul confusing a social convention for nature. So Paul didn't really know what he was talking about, and his presentation of why people engage in same-sex intercourse was also entirely factually incorrect, because Paul is representing same-sex intercourse and the impulse to engage in same-sex intercourse as something that is unique to the Gentiles and is absent from Judaism, because he presents it as the result of God turning over the Gentiles to these sexual desires, removing the limits on the sexual urges that these people experience because they refuse to appropriately worship God. And Paul presents this as a problem with natural theology, where if you observe the natural world, you should be able to deduce from it a correct understanding of who God is and how God is supposed to be worshiped. And because they end up worshiping the created rather than the creator, God is upset with them, punishes them by turning them over to these passions. So Paul presents the impulse to engage in same-sex intercourse as something that is limited to Gentiles and doesn't exist within Judaism or among followers of Jesus. And that is factually wrong. Paul is wrong in his presentation of what's going on with same-sex intercourse and its motivations in Romans 1.
Which may lead us right into the question, can you be born gay?
Well, newborns don't have sexual orientations, but when people talk about being born gay, what they overwhelmingly mean is that that sexual orientation is primarily an outcome of nature rather than nurture. And that position is
I tend to not
far
watch
better
Jubilee.
in alignment.
Mainly because I don't like the format, and two, Jordan Peterson is, for me, not a... I don't like Jordan Peterson. I have problems with his beliefs across the field. Because when other theists, I don't even know if he's a theist because he doesn't ever define what he believes. Oh yeah, he's weird with his views in general. Because he won't ever just say do you believe in God, yes or no? And he'll be like, well, define God. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, do you? What do you He dances around his views. I don't like him. I don't like his views. Yeah, well, the problem is I have issues with him and so. But Jubilee in general is not my favorite thing. Yeah, I mean, he gets owned a lot, but it's the same with any, I hope to not touch on anything too problematic here, but like him, Charlie Kirk, what was the other? David Crowder, all of these really right-wing guys who are political pundits mainly, they put the religion first, or not first, but they use the religion. They were political pundits, but then kind of hiding behind Christianity at the same time. All of them. Anytime they engaged in any real debate, they would lose, right? And that's why they went to colleges and they would debate 18-year-olds because they controlled the narrative, right? No, they're both down there, in my opinion. They don't know what they're saying. Charlie Kirk and Jordan Peterson, all of those people who were basically going to college campuses and debating 18-year-olds. No, he very often loses debates when he is debating people who know what they're saying. But I will say this about Jordan Peterson. I used to like him, but there was a period where he ran into he had some problems mentally speaking, and from there I don't think he's fully recovered, sadly. And the way he's talked since then and the way he's kind of gone, because he used to not be considered like right-wing manosphere kind of thing, and he moved more towards that. Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, exactly. I think he moved more that way after his mental health like issues, and he, not to disparage anybody, but he had drug problems that he talks about publicly. And he had some really bad physical, like it looked like he was going to pass away. He had some really bad physical stuff, but it seemed to me after that his whole vibe shifted, and the way he talks about like religion and politics, and he became pseudo-religious after that, because before then he would use the Bible as like allegories for like psychology lessons, but then he started getting into it, but in a really weird way. And like even among like Christian theologians or like Christian people who talk to him, like, what do you mean when you say this? Do you believe this thing? Like, and because he like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I don't want to disparage him, because I did enjoy him but recently, like the last, like I would say 3 years, he's kind of been kind of loopy for me. And he was kind of getting there before he got sick, because he, like I said, he's not a theologian. And like, for example, Dan McClellan here, he is religious, but I think he's actually a Mormon, funny enough. But he's not an apologist. He's a genuine scholar, and he actually blatantly disagrees with the majority of Christians or even Mormons, and many people get upset at him for it, because he will say, for example, he doesn't believe in the inerrancy of the Bible. Even though he's religious, he believes the Bible has errors. For example, right here he was saying Paul was wrong about this, which is one of the authors of the Bible. Most evangelical Christians or conservative Christians cannot accept that statement. Right? And so, like, yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, so that's where I mean, like, so like I don't have an issue with people being religious, but this man is educated, and so like even if you disagree with some of the conclusions that he makes, the scholarship of Dan McClellan is very genuine. Like, you cannot, like the scholarship that he's doing is within mainstream scholarship, and he has contemporaries that are he's peer reviewed. He has books, he has scholars, and so he right here is at least somebody that you can go, okay, maybe I disagree. Like, I'm not a Mormon, I disagree with him on that, but his scholarship of the Bible is something that I genuinely accept. However, yeah, Jordan Peterson, the things he talks about are outside of his purview, right? He's not a theologian, right? He's not a politician, and he's moved in there away from kind of psychology. And I think that's kind of where he's got really messed up. And I think that's a lot of the issues that I have, is because he's like, so it's like the stuff that he's saying, and then when people try to say, like, do you believe this? He has a word fog that he just kind of spouts, and I don't like that, where he's like, do you believe in God? Because he'll be like talking like how he's a Christian, or maybe like a pseudo Christian. He talks a lot about Jesus or something like that, and then it's like, okay, what do you believe in that? And it's just like, oh yeah, well, you know, define this, and you're like, oh come on, dude, it's so tiring. Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Oops. Hopefully.
Jordan Peterson is an atheist. For Jordan Peterson, our ability to do just about anything requires a belief in some set of value judgments. So here's an important question. What is at the top of that value hierarchy?
The highest place is the divine place, and we could make that a matter of definition.
Wow. Peterson says that as a matter of definition, whatever happens to be at the highest place is the divine. So what is the nature of this thing at the top? Peterson's answer here is astonishing.
Well, what should be in the divine place? I would say we characterize that using fiction. And so we could say that in the highest sense, God is the ultimate fictional character. And then we're trying to characterize his nature nature as that which should be emulated that unites us psychologically and socially.
This is exactly what atheists say. God does not exist except as he is invented by the human mind. And the reason why the human mind invents God is to provide some psychological and social stability. If this is not atheism, then what is? Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of one of my weird issues with him. But like, even still, when people try to like get him pinned down, he dances around it. He doesn't say, oh, okay, do you believe that God is actually there? And because like his views have changed over time, that's clear. But like, nobody can, like, anytime people try to get him, like, and it's not even like a gotcha, it's just like clarify some things, man. And he's very in the fog of things. And so yeah, like I said, old Jordan Peterson. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's been a few like interviews that he's done, and they're all kind of like that recently. He doesn't give anything straight. He's kind of like, and I don't know what it is, because like, and he always is like, well, we have to be specific, define that. And then you're like, okay, well, you define these things for yourself, right? Like, in the sense of like, do you believe in God, right? Like, what is God to you? And then do you believe that? And then, but he like often shifts it to the other person. And it's just like you have to define God, and then I can tell you whether I believe in that or not. And it's like, well, no, okay. Like, do you believe in God? And if the answer is yes, and then we can define what you happen to believe. Like, but yeah. So that's kind of my issue with modern. I will say. So do I think that him, Charlie Kirk, Jason Crowder, and Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, originally I would have definitely put Jordan Peterson in a completely different category, but not anymore. I lump them together now. Oh yeah. But like I will, yeah, maybe Peterson doesn't go that far, but he was, I mean, depending on who you ask, he was a part of that like alt-right pipeline, but I don't think he's there. To be honest, I don't know what happened to him. I genuinely feel kind of bad for him. I think that he's gotten more frustrating than anything, and he's very unclear with what he's actually trying to say. He doesn't make sense anymore. Oh yeah. Charlie Kirk, absolutely not a fan of him, much to the chagrin of my family. But again, like, I'm okay with LGBT, and my family isn't. So again, how many?
I meant with the current understanding.
But I mean, I guess the point has been mostly made for what he said. What I was trying to say. He. Where's the display capture? Okay. Mary. Hello. Hey, what? Oh, here I am. Okay, you can hear me now. So yeah, like, I don't know where I got cut off, but essentially, yeah, what Dan McClellan here is saying, like I said, there's things I disagree with him on because he's a Mormon and I'm not. His views of certain things are different, but his scholarship is good. And he said basically what I was trying to say, but he says it much better because he's a far more educated man than I am, especially in the topic of like biblical languages, where I only have a cursory knowledge of those things. He is much more developed than that, and so I am, yeah. But I recommend, if you want to see, like, because his work isn't necessarily to go, no, it's not at all to be apologetic, because again, you can be an atheist and be a textual critic of the Bible, because the point of the textual critic of the Bible is to just, they're trying to understand what the people who say, for example, like 3,000 years ago, you're reading the book of Genesis. How would the people of Genesis understood Genesis? And so an atheist can do that. And why is that important? Like, because even if you are an atheist, you can understand that the Bible has had a huge impact on history, on culture, religion, which many people in modern history follow. And so there are religious people who do that because they try to see like where the developments have gone. And then there are non-religious people who have an interest in it because it's like it or not, it's important in the sense of that it's affected everything. And so his work is not a religious work; it is a scholarly work. It is within like public scholarship. This is not like only Christians are doing this, and the scholarship that he does and follows has people who are non-Mormons, who are Catholics, who are Christian, Protestant, who are even Muslim, and who are atheists as well. I mean, it depends on suck. I mean, that is I feel like I can't change your mind if you believe that, right? Like, but that was my point. So when people ask to wrap that all up, like it started with the reason why we got into this conversation, by the way, is why can I not scroll on? There it is. Night Moon Trickster was asking me about like my views on that, and said a lot of people say like homosexuals are an abomination, blah blah blah. And I said, yeah, people use the Bible for that, but I don't agree, and this is why. And that's where the conversation started, and so that's where I. The RAP is definitely there. There's a few passages that talk about it. Yeah, but like, on the 10 Commandments. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, but you're also trying to get like just 10 rules to encompass everything. Yeah, that's kind of a hard thing to do. Oh yeah, and that's one of the big things that like a lot of people talk about, and like one of my issues, because like take for example, like yeah, could be. Not narcissist of the people. So essentially the claim is like a god that's demanding people worship him is like narcissist. So in a sense, I think I think worship is more like I think worship is something a little different, but as it's 3:20 in the morning, I got to go to bed. Please write these down cuz I'm clip them away, man. This whole conversation, clip it and put it on TikTok for me, because I'm about to blow up by what I just said, because I'm gonna make somebody mad by talking about homosexuality. And there's no such thing as bad press, as they say. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, on the right as well. I feel it's just like the right gets mad at everything, the left gets mad at everything. I'm not a conservative, but I see both sides. If you're extremely far right on, or if you're extremely far right or extremely far left, yeah, it means they're still mad. I'd still take that, but my point is that you get so far to where the other side can't be talked to no matter where they're at. So like if you're in the center and you're center right and you're a reasonable person, because there's center right people who are, I think, reasonable conversation, but you're so far on the left and you just hear, oh, this person's right, then it becomes like attacking. And if you're on the far right, even if you're somebody in the center or center left, then they get really angry and then they attack you. Just depends. So yeah, neither. I have some spicy takes on that, but literally it was like a white dude from Utah, but there's a lot of issues with that. I mean, that's the thing, but that's where I think that's the issue of like what any dome, any belief system that wraps itself up, whether it be religion or any kind of philosophy that's right, like there happens, there's eventually a point to where things fall apart in some like degree or essence, and or there's knowledge that's impossible for humanity to obtain, at least as of now. But who knows? We don't know what we don't know, and we don't know, like, there's like what ifs or like things that we do know that have huge holes in it, and we don't know, one, we don't know how big the hole actually is, and we don't know if we can fill those holes in our knowledge. And yeah, well, I mean, the problem with that right there is that every belief gets held to your personality, and that's like, I think that's really important to teach, that like, hey, like, as knowledge changes, be okay with change, because like that is something that's why oh my gosh, it's yes, critical thinking. Yes, like any belief should not be a part of your identity. That, what is this? What is the word? Oh my goodness, I'm frying my brain in thought right now. It's cognitive dissonance. I think I'm talking too loud for my neighbors. You have cognitive dissonance, and what that is when you believe something, the more deeply you believe it, the more it's a part of your personality. So for example, say I deeply believe that the sky is red, and you go with me, science. The reason why people get so angry when you talk to them about their beliefs, and you show them even proof that maybe they're wrong, is that it's personally attacking them, because their identity is this thing. So I believe the sky is red deeply. I genuinely believe this, and this is the whole world to me. Well, if you prove me wrong, then my whole personality falls apart, who I am. So it feels like a personal attack, and that's why I get offended when you say, no, the sky is blue, and here's the evidence we have for that. And I just, because in a sense, it is a personal attack. Not literally, you're not trying to attack me personally, but it's because I have such an identity in this belief. It's good to teach your kids to do that. I think it's impossible, because it's kind of how the brain operates, because you have to believe something, and your beliefs affect your actions, and your regular actions are your personality, right? Like what I believe about myself, and like what I believe is what I act, but like the constant action is my personality. It's when you feel cognitive dissonance, what do you do with it? Do you attack, or do you sit down and like contemplate it? Like, how do you address cognitive dissonance? And like, I think that's where the issue is, because like, I think a lot of people take, for example, religion, right? Like, I believe in God, right? But I also believe that the Bible is man-made.
I believe God was involved in it, but like, so if somebody disproves a part of the Bible to me, that's like, okay, like, for me, that's not saying God is wrong or whatever. It's like, maybe I don't like it, but I think like, okay, well, for example, the earth being 7,000, which isn't even in the Bible, but the earth being 7,000 years old, which some, evangelicals are really about, right? But for me, I see the science, and science says, no, it's 14 billion years old. And you're like, all right. For me, it was like, okay. But some people take that as like, God's not real, because if the Bible, and even though the Bible doesn't say the earth is 7,000 years old, but they say that they think it does, and so they think that's from God. Now their whole worldviews, like, it's either change my entire worldview in one moment, which, by the way, humans can't do that. Like, you can only change in any given, I think it's like in a given month, it's like 1%. You can only change like your personality, like, so it has to be slow. It has to be over time. You can't make these huge changes unless there's like a drastic situation. And so, yeah, I think you have to kind of teach your kids to accept that 1% change and do it intentional. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's belief and action. Yeah. Well, I think just in general, the human nature is like that, right? How do they figure it's 14 billion years old? One of the ways that they can do it, yeah, that's one of it. There's a lot of different ways, but one of the ways we know is, for example, light. We know how far away like certain galaxies are, and we know how fast light travels, and we know like there's a thing called redshift, and we can see like because we know how far away that galaxy is, and we know how far light is, and we know what light does when it's a certain distance and speed, we can track that. We can also track, like, there's carbon dating, so we know how old certain things are. And then we also know, because of certain layers, of how long certain layers take to form. Yeah, but that goes on to like for thousands of years, humans did mess up things before religion, right? Like, humans have been around for about 100,000 to 60,000 years. Religion, what we know as organized religion, didn't come around till quite a bit after that, maybe about 30,000 years ago. And from what we know of prehistory humans, it wasn't like things were much better. Like, so like, I think there's just something like in our animalistic nature, like, right? Because like, if you look at animals do some really messed up stuff still, right? Like, and we're essentially just animals with cognitists, but we still have our animal. Oh frick, it's 3:30. I gotta be up early tomorrow. We still have our animal, like, instincts, right? Like, look up what dolphins do, ants, penguins. They do some really messed up stuff. So I don't think it's like religion or lack thereof. I think it's that we are messed up. Not messed up. We have instincts like every other animal, and sometimes we give in to them. Yeah, but the problem with that is Like, one, could you even get to a perfect society? And two, like, it's impossible to define religion as like anything, because like some religions that we would say are religions don't believe in God, or they're like philosophies, but like, where do we draw those lines? And so religion's actually a really difficult thing to define properly. And then like, what about just movements, right? Like, take for example, like in Israel they have the kibbutz, which is based on communism, and they're not religious, right? They're just like, you know. And what do you mean by held under scrutiny? Because like every idea exists. Well, yeah, but that's the thing with a cult versus a religion, right? Like, cults manipulate and hide information, and you're not allowed to debate, where prominent religion is consistently being questioned. And I mean, even like, look at Christianity in America, it's consistently scrutinized, debated. The teachings are public and open. People know what, you know, like, you don't have to be a member of the church for like 40 years before they teach you the real beliefs. Like Scientology, for example, like, you have to prove your loyalty, so to speak. I mean, branches of Christianity do, yeah. But I know atheists that teach branches. I know types of atheists that teach fear as well. That's not just a Christian thing. What's up? Hadavar 777. I have to apologize because we're coming towards the end of my stream here. Good conversation. I would recommend a like and a follow, or is it a subscribe? I don't remember what it is for Twitch. But I gotta go to bed soon. It's 3:30 in the morning for me. Yeah, I would say that is true. Yeah, but again, that's branches of Christianity, right? There's universal Christians, like universalist Christians, who believe that everybody's going to heaven anyways, right? Or people who don't believe in like eternal conscious torment, which, like, in fact, the concept of hell is relatively, yeah, of course. But again, there are thousands of philosophies and that are a-religious that are instill fear as well. I don't think it's evil. I think it's humanity. I think it's people trying to do good and they just don't know. There's atheism that instills fear. Absolutely. What are you talking about? Fear isn't like a Christian doctrine or a religious one. Nihilism. Nihilism. You know the amount of people who have become absolutely afraid of existence to the point of suicide because of nihilism? A lot. Kurt Cobain is a hugely famous example of that. He was a nihilist. Committed suicide for it. Nihilist is a blatantly atheist philosophy. True. Maybe. I don't know. That's an impossible thing to prove or not. But saying that atheism doesn't instill fear at all. Nihilists instill a lot of fear in a lot of people. I mean, like I said, I gave proof. Kurt Cobain killed himself because of it. Kurt Cobain was a nihilist. And there was other much like nihilist suicides are quite common because they like, what's the point of it all? It's a very common point of people who experience nihilism is that they like give up on life. I'm not saying all nihilists are like that. Well, my point is that in the saying that atheism doesn't instill fear, nihilism is an atheistic viewpoint. Not all atheists are nihilists, but nihilism is not a religion. Like, you can't be religious and nihilist. In fact, that's the whole point of nihilism, is that you don't believe in God. Nietzsche was quite big on that. And a lot of people have fear instilled in them because if they study nihilism and they accept those ideologies, a lot of them, but that idea in of it, like, you say that for some atheists, but not all atheists. And some atheists, even though they accept that viewpoint, I'm not saying I do, they're unsettled by that viewpoint so much that it causes them great anxiety to the point of killing themselves. So, like, I have to say this, like, saying we atheists, like, because even within atheism, there's different branches and different philosophy and like, yeah, like I agree, but the point that I'm making is like not all, like there isn't one single atheistic thought, right? Like, so one, there's different types of atheism. There isn't just one total atheism. There's different philosophies within atheism and different reasons for being an atheist, right? And how you define atheism and religion is actually, there's a lot of debate with that even within scholarship circles, because like, can you not believe in God, but like the spiritual and still be an atheist because you don't believe in God? But like, because some people don't believe in God, they only believe in reincarnation. So that's a sense of atheism because they don't believe in God, but they believe life still continues, or they believe that the universe is all connected, that you get but that's not what I'm talking about. But nihilism, atheism, a lot of people are genuinely afraid. And a lot of, like I said, Kurt Cobain killed himself, and many others have actually, the thought of meaninglessness is a dreadful experience for them. Yeah, exactly. But that's the point. Like, but the thing is, like, people also, there's the modern of saying, like, it's like you're not religious at all. You don't believe in religion. So, like, what about people who believe in reincarnation but don't believe in God, or believe that, like, the energy of the universe is going to be rejoined? But it is a belief. You still have to choose to accept that, and that makes it a belief, right? It's not a lack of belief. And again, like, because any belief, like, if I believe that there is no, but it's still a belief, right? Like, for example, like, I believe that there's not a second moon. Why? Because I don't see it, right? Like, it's still a belief. I believe that, right? Like, again, but like, even within atheism, there's different branches of atheism, right? Like I said, there's nihilism, but then there's like reincarnation, people who believe in reincarnation. There's people who believe that there's like, it's not God, but there's an energy that everybody goes back into. Like, there's different ways, or there's like Taoism that some people would consider atheism. So atheism and religion, those aren't just so clear cut as it is. And like, again, but like I said, like, saying that atheism has never taught fear has taught fear before. Am I saying that's all of atheism? No, but to say that it's never done that would be a mischaracterization of what has actually happened. No, I mean, but like atheism, and it's not, but it's always been like that, right? Like, in define modern times, because for like thousands of years nobody was atheist. Well, Christians used to be considered atheists because we only believe in one God. The Greeks and Romans thought we were atheists because we didn't believe in a in a plethora of gods. So, funny enough, at one point Christians were called atheists. It's contextual. Well, the point is that even like scholarship doesn't have a direct definition of atheism. Yes, we have a working definition in like dictionaries, but when you go into scholarly talk, it becomes more complex than that, because like, again, like what about people who believe in spirituality but don't believe in a god? Right? Like, say you don't believe in a god, but you believe in like a spiritual universe, or you believe in like angels. Yeah, but again, like, or you believe in reincarnation, but no heaven and no hell, or you believe, I mean, those, but that's where, again, like the definition, if it's just don't believe in a god, well, but again, that's beside my point. Nihilism is it explicitly believes that says and teaches that, one, there is no God, and two, there's no meaning in anything, right? But many people who accept nihilism, the fact that there's no meaning to any of this, many people who accept that and believe it's true have a very dreadful existence. And like I said, many people, so dreadful in fact that many people have committed suicide over that fact. So saying that atheism has never taught people to fear or never given people fear, because a lot of people can't handle meaninglessness. Yeah, exactly. The reason why it matters, by the way, that conversation of like what is religion or not, scholarly speaking, is because there are thousands of movements. Take, for example, there are cults that many people would say like all cults are theistic, but there have been atheistic cults before. There have been exactly nihilistic cults before. There have been cults that revolve around like a human person that like doesn't have spiritual connotations. There are cults that have started from philosophy, groups who started philosophy, which say, well, those are religious. Well, kind of, but not really. The definition can get really murky when you look at practical application and in history. And so that's what I mean by atheism as well. Well, like, but again, like, not all atheists are on the same page of science, and not all atheists are on the same page of philosophy, because not all atheists are, for example, nihilists. Even though I bring them up a lot, that's not all atheists. I know that. Some atheists are just stoic existentialists. Some don't adhere to any philosophy. I mean, there's a lot. Like there's a lot of different ways to look at it, and so yeah, but they're not so harmful that they've destroyed society, right? Yeah, but every belief has some problem with it. Like, that's a nature of humanity thing, right? Like, again, like, if you want to say before religion was even a thing, before philosophy was even a thing, humans were killing each other. I mean, and doing terrible things before this as well. So I'm not saying what I think people do is people have animalistic instincts to do terrible things, and they codify it within religion, absolutely, but I don't think religion is the reason for this terrible things, because if that was the case, then like, right, like take for example chimpanzees, which don't have religion, wouldn't go and commit war and terrible atrocious things against other chimps, which they do. Like different clans of chimps go to war. Like war is literally not a human thing, by the way. Ants, which have no religion, have slavery and kill each other. I'm not defending them. Let me be absolutely clear. What I'm saying, though, is that saying that it's a religious fault thing versus a human nature thing or a living nature thing is, I'm just saying, like, I put my view over there. Like, and to me, that's not, like, that's not, no, that's not the point that I was making though, right? Like my point is like the point that I was trying to make is like if religious is like if religions no, the point that I'm trying to make is that like if the views were so horrible as like as bad as what you're saying, it would have collapsed and failed to exist, right? Like even evolutionary speaking, evolutionary psychology, the reason why they popped up was for survival, right? Like there was a pragmatic reason for those, right? Like you cannot have such horrible systems in place and have society not fall apart, right? So like the point that they still exist, even when you look at evolution, like even if you don't believe in God, like right, like you have to recognize that there was benefit from these belief systems that gave people a community, a reason to be together, and created reasons for humanity that actually that benefited us. Because if there was no benefit, it was just all bad. In fact, if it was more bad than good, then it would never have held up. You can't have that in like any system, right? So the pros way outweighed the cons, even in an evolutionary sense, because survival of the fittest in an evolution sense, right? So my point wasn't like to say like, oh, they didn't kill everybody, so that's okay. It was to say that you can't have a system like, because if it was killing everybody, which is bad, by the way, I'm not saying that that's a good thing, so we should be happy with it. What I'm saying is that you can't have a system that is so broken down, which you seem to be implying, and have a society that functions in any reasonable way. But society hasn't crumbled, and society hasn't like, right? And my point being is that like humans are necessarily we're animals that do the same thing as like dolphins RAP each other, right? Ants go to war and commit slavery. Literally, ants do this, right? Chimpanzees go to war with weapons, hand weapons, but they do, and fists as well. Like they don't have religion, and they're tearing each other apart. They're animals, right? Like, so my point being is that like, not to say like, oh, we didn't kill everybody, so hardy hard, that's really good. Like, whew, we met a high mark. It's to say that if it really was like this terrible thing, then yeah, I mean, I agree that's terrible. But again, my point is like that was again happening thousands of years before religion was a thing as well, right? Like what people are doing is they're taking their base instincts and then they're applying like, and then they're just using religion as a cover up for that. But that doesn't prove or disprove God. That just makes people not recognize that their instincts are what they're listening to. Right? Like I'm not saying that we shouldn't check religion. I'm not saying that we shouldn't argue with these people, because we should. I'm not even saying that we like no, but that has nothing to do with it either, right? Like, and again, a God not being all knowing or all powerful doesn't necessarily mean that it's not there. I mean, I can't scroll because I want to read a little bit more.
Well, Adam and Eve wouldn't have been brother and sister technically, but even within like Genesis 3, there was like a whole other town that was nearby. Because Cain, after he killed Abel, went off into that town and he took a wife from over there, so we don't know where that town is really at. But, yeah, but the thing is the Bible does talk about not marrying close relatives. I think first or second cousin, I think first cousin is okay, but oh, we're getting closer to 4 o'clock. Hold on. Well, let's put a pin in this. I need to, I really do need to go to bed. I have to be up early tomorrow. Like, I gotta be, what time is it? 4, 5, 6. Oh, shoot. I'm only gonna get 4 hours of sleep tonight. Okay. I'll be on sometime. Catch you guys later. Clip it. Put it on Instagram for me. Get me famous. Or TikTok. I don't know. Somebody make a TikTok for me. And post clips. I'm literally like, yeah, it's 3:50 and I have to be up at like 8. Actually, I have to be up a little bit before 8. And if you can see my terrible bags, I'm going to be wrecked tomorrow. Oh boy. Good luck to me. All right, good night, guys. Yeah, nice catching up always.